purpose, but I need to find the power that is going to take to achieve that. And so I'm giving you, this is gold right here. This is stuff that people pay me to learn. I'm giving this to you for free. And I'm just so thankful to even be on this network, be able to share this with you. Why? Because it could change your life. And that means more to me than money. So purpose can guide your life decisions. That's why you need to know your purpose. It can influence your behavior. It can help shape you. It can help give you goals and also offer a sense of direction. Don't wander aimlessly anymore. Don't wake up every day like, where am I going? What am I doing? Just going through the motions. Now you're going to be intentional. Now you know when you wake up every day, you're working, you're going to be going through a day that's bringing you one day closer to your purpose. And it's also going to give you meaning, a sense of meaning. And that's what it gave me as I started to really look at what my purpose was. I started realizing that I've been walking this direction my whole life. It's just taken me 50 years to get here. I mean, Lord knows I feel like the children delivered from Egypt, walking 40 years in the desert to get to the promised land. It took them 40 years, and most of them died before they could get there. I don't want that to happen to me. And that's why I stopped everything and said, look, I need to figure out what my purpose is, and I need to be intentional about it. I need to go to bed with a dream about it. I need to wake up with a vision about it. I need to be focused. I need to be energized. I need to be driven every day with all of my energy that I have to begin walking this path. And now that I've been walking it, I'm the happiest I've ever been. I'm the freest that I've ever been. This is absolutely my purpose. And you may be walking in your purpose. Right now, you may be working in a company or owning a company and you love it. This is the best thing since sliced bread. Every day is a wonderful day for you. You love what you do. You could be an aerobic instructor. You could be a painter and owning one of those pour paint shops. I mean, you could be doing almost anything. And if you enjoy it, if it's something you would do for free, then that's your purpose. And you are absolutely on that path to purpose. How awesome would that be for you? If you could be that kind of person, every day wake up and get paid for something you would do for free. That's what we're talking about. And that's what we're offering you. So for some people, purpose is connected to their job. Okay. It's meaningful. It's satisfying work. And that's a good thing. So just because you're employed doesn't mean you're not walking in your purpose. There are tons of people who started multi-billion-dollar companies. They didn't do it on their own. They had to have people who their purpose was to link up with the person who had the vision to get there. I mean, you think about Microsoft and Amazon and McDonald's and all these companies, KFC. You look at all these companies that are here in this world. They didn't get here on their own. They got here because they had people who were walking in their purpose, who aligned themselves with someone that had a vision, and they joined together and they created something amazing that impacted the world and still is impacting the world. But the question is, how true is this for you in your life right now? How true is this for you in your life right now? Is where you at walking in purpose? Are you at a place where you're saying, you know what, I am happy. I think this is my purpose. Well, you need to do more in your purpose, and you can do more in your purpose. Let's take a look at that. I want you to imagine how your life would be if you knew your purpose and had the power to walk in it every day. Think about it. How awesome would your life be? How different would your life be? Where would you live? Like what state, what country would you live in? Where would you go? What vacation spots would you pick? How would you travel? How would your life change? What would you do differently every day? Every day could be different. Why? Because you're walking in purpose. Who would you be at that point? Who would you be? That's the dream that I'm talking about every night when you go to sleep. This is how you get there. How different would my life be? Where would I live? How would I travel? What would be different in my life? How would I be different? Who would I be? That's what you dream about. That's what you wake up with a vision to walk towards. All right, so let's get in it. This is how you discover your purpose. In the last few minutes that we have here, I want to make sure that you get this down. We only have about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes left. So let's get into it. I want you to take a piece of paper. I don't care if you're on your computer, you can pull up a Word document, but I want you to put skills, gifts, and talents across the top. And then I want you to write, and I just want you to do 1 through 7, right? It's just 7. You can do more, but I want you to list 7 skills, gifts, and talents that you have. Whatever comes to mind, pop, pop, pop. Don't think too much about it. Just write it down. 7 things that you can do. Just write it down. And while you're doing that, let me explain the difference. A skill is something that you acquire by learning. It's something that since grade school, since kindergarten, you learn and latched onto. And in terms of learning, it was easy for you. You got it. You learned it and you could teach it. That's a skill. And it doesn't matter if it's math or science or art or sports. It doesn't matter if it's home ec. It doesn't matter what it is. If you learned it, that's a skill that you learn. And there's so many skills you can learn. So always be open to learning the skills you need in order to walk on your path to purpose. Now let's talk about talents. Talents are different. Talents is the ability that you are born with. It's a giftedness. It's innate. It's something you were created to do. It's a God-given gift according to how he created you. Everyone's different. If you looked at God's toolbox and he pulled out a hammer, that's one thing. He pulled out a screwdriver, that's another. But guess what? They're all tools that he's using. They all have different purposes. And if you use them together, you can build some wonderful things. So everybody's purpose is different and unique, but everybody's purpose is important. We all need each other. There's no big or small purposes. Everybody needs to work together in their purpose in order to achieve great things. So this is going to help you start to line up what your skills, gifts, and talents are with who you are for real, why you were created, what is your true purpose. And as you start to write your 7 down, and you might, after today, write more. When I did mine, I did like 30 of them. Honestly, I probably did like 40 of them. And when I looked at the list, I was like, I've accomplished all of this. I have all of these skills, gifts, and talents. This is amazing. It actually made me wonder, why am I working for a company? Like, if I can do all this, I am a company. I need to do this for myself. Instead of making millions for other companies, I need to figure out how to do it for myself. And that started me on this path to purpose. So this helps line you up to the path of purpose based on what your gifts are. And you need to know that, because you know what? This today is the first time you're probably looking at that as arrows pointing you to where you need to go. So let's take a look at what you've done. If you did this exercise, this is the beginning of you having a new vision for your life. A new vision for your life. I teach my clients, my business consulting clients, that it's not about living by sight. It's about having a life that you live by vision. Sight and vision is two different things. Sight is what you see. And oftentimes the things you see are the things that limit you from being and doing things you need to do to walk in purpose. Sometimes those are the things that are exits that get you off the path to purpose because of things you see. Vision says it doesn't matter what I see. I am going from A to B, and I see B in the distance. And guess what? No matter what's between A and B, it doesn't matter, because I have a vision beyond what I see. And my vision is what drives me. As a matter of fact, any opposition, any challenge that stops me or tries to stop me between A and B, guess what? It's here to strengthen me and qualify me for what I see. That's how you look at it. You have to look at it as something that's helping you to achieve greatness. And if you can do that, you will achieve something that few people in their lifetime has ever achieved. I mean, the graveyards are filled, completely filled and packed with people who never knew their purpose. But guess what? That's not you, because today you've already taken many steps. If you've done everything that we said in this video, if you've done it, then you're already so far ahead than you were before you started watching this video. Aren't you glad you tuned in today? I bet you are. I bet you are. Just put in the comments some things that you've already picked up and things that have stood out to you. And let us know that you appreciate the things that you're learning today and how it's helping you. Let's keep going. Now, this is what you're going to have to do. Control your thoughts. You got to control your thoughts. The greatest minds on the planet have this skill set. They control their dominant thoughts. Why? Because you got to deal with those things that have stopped you, those things that eliminate you, that will try to stop you. Why? Because they're limiting beliefs. You got to eliminate all limiting beliefs. What's a limiting belief? Well, that's the vision of saying, I'm going from point A to B. And then all of a sudden the thought pops in, no, you're not, because you're not educated enough. You're not the right color. You're not the right size. You're male. You're female. I mean, all the beliefs to tell you why you disqualify, because you're not as educated as the next person. You're not as talented as the next person. You know, the person that's the richest person on the planet hires people smarter than them to do the work in their company. And we're going to talk about them. We're going to have because now we have time. I'm going to show you a couple of case studies in just a second that will show you a couple of people who did that. And they're not the smartest cookie in the box. They're not the sharpest knife in the drawer. But you know what they did know? They needed to control their limiting beliefs, and the things they can't do, they hire people to do for them. So what story are you telling yourself? This is what you have to deal with. What story are you telling yourself every day? What are you saying in your mind? When you hear that thing that says limitation, that thing that says you can't do, or this is not for you, you got to stop that thought. What story are you hearing about yourself, about your purpose, about your life? Anything that's telling you something contrary to your vision is a limiting belief, and you need to deal with that. Why? Because it becomes your perception. It becomes your perception, and your perception of yourself becomes your reality. I mean, you could be, look at the picture. You could be a wolf, big old wolf, but your perception of yourself is small. So to you, when you look in the mirror of perception, you're a little puppy. Or you could be small. You could be the smallest person in your company, the newest employee, the youngest in your family. You could be the newest business owner. You could be have a smaller coverage area and service area than your competitors. But guess what? Inside your heart, you see yourself as a lion, and nobody better mess with you. Why? Because you are a lion. It doesn't matter how you look on the outside. You have the heart of a lion. The question that you have to ask yourself today is, which one are you? When you look at this, which one are you? Because you have to know yourself in order to know your purpose. We're not making excuses anymore. We're not going to say, I don't really need all. No, if anyone can have it on the planet, why not you? If anyone can achieve success on the planet based on the things you wrote down, your skills, gifts, and talents, why can't you have that kind of greatness? And I'm not talking about becoming a millionaire or a billionaire or a trillionaire and buying a bunch of stuff. That's not what it's about, because life is not based on the things that you have. It's based on the person that you are and the value you bring to other people. You know how I know that? Because there's plenty of millionaires and billionaires on this planet that every night when they go home, they're lonely, they're sad, and a lot of them kill themselves. Why? Because their life has no meaning. Just because you make money doesn't mean you're walking in purpose. Purpose fulfills you in every aspect of your life. Spiritually, mentally, physically, and in business, you are fulfilled. And that's what we're talking about, helping you find your path to purpose. The only thing standing between you and your goal is a story that you keep telling yourself as to why you can't achieve it. Let's stop wasting time. There's no more time wasting. And I'm telling you for myself, I wasted 50 years. If you knew the people that I know, I've met millionaires, I've met business people, my family, all the things that they've seen me do and accomplish, they wonder, like, Stephen, why aren't you like doing more? Like, what's happening? It wasn't until I turned 50 that things started to pop. Why? Because I got tired of wasting time. I wasted 50 years, and now I'm looking forward going, wow, how many years do I got left? I don't want to not achieve everything that I'm supposed to, that God created me for. I do not want to die and stand before him having not accomplished all that he wanted me to. I want to die empty. That's another thing that Miles Monroe said, is that he wanted to die empty. I received that. I want to be able to give everything out just like I'm doing right now to you, so that I can know I accomplished everything. Like Paul said in the Bible, that I ran the race, I kept the faith, I finished the race. That's how I want to live my life. I want to be able to say that I finished the race. So let's take a look at the stories. There's a story, and I'll read this to you. It's about two wolves, which means two trains of thoughts. One evening, an old Cherokee told his grandson about a battle that goes on inside people's minds. He said, "My son, the battle is between two wolves inside us all. One is evil thoughts. It is anger, it is jealousy, it is sorrow, it is regret, it is greed and arrogance, self-pity, it's guilt, it's resentment, inferiority, it's lies and false pride, it's superiority and ego. Those are the evil thoughts that come through our minds. And the other is good. These are the great thoughts. It is joy, it is peace, it is love, hope, serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, which is giving. It's empathy, it's generosity, it's truth, it's compassion, and it is faith. Those are good thoughts." The grandson thought about it for a minute and then asked his grandfather, "Well, which wolf wins when they fight?" And the old Cherokee simply replied, "The one you feed." The one you feed, the thoughts that you think on every day, is the thought that is feeding you, either to stop you from getting to your purpose or to help you get stronger to get to your purpose. Now, I put this together so that you could have a clear path and understand how it works. You have to watch your thoughts, for they become the things you say. They become your words. You have to watch your words, for they become the things that motivate you to do things. They become your actions. You have to watch your actions. Why? Because the things that you do, you will repeat, and they become your habits. You have to watch your habits, for they become your character. They become your character. You have to watch your character. Why? For it guides you to your purpose. Your character, good or bad, will guide you to a good purpose or a purpose that's not meant for you, not what you were supposed to be doing on this planet. You have to focus on your purpose, for it becomes your destiny. I hope you got that today. I hope you understand that you have control of you. You can control your vision. You can dream good dreams and have a vision. You can control your thoughts. You can look at your gifts, talents, and your skills and start understanding I've been created for a purpose. And that helps me kind of guide and inform me to what that needs to be. If you go to my website, mypurposemypower.com, if you click on the About tab, in about 3 or 4 seconds, a pop-up will come and you can take an assessment, a personality assessment. It's a Myers-Briggs assessment. And you can take a look at all the things that will line up and tell you more about yourself. So just make sure you go there, mypurposemypower.com, and that'll help you. So in the last remaining minutes, I want to go ahead and get into a couple purpose case studies. And this is just taking a look at other people that may have had limitations, like Steve Harvey. Did you know that Steve Harvey hasn't always been successful? Sure, we've seen him on Family Feud, the Steve Harvey TV show. We've seen him, he has a Steve Harvey radio show, and I'm sure he has a ton of other things. But did you know that he was homeless? Did you know that Steve Harvey was homeless? And because he was homeless, he thought he was at the end, like he didn't know where he was going to eat. He didn't know where he was going to sleep. He didn't know any of those things. But guess what? He kept pushing forward. And people came alongside him and helped guided him to the place where he could become who he is today. But a lot of people don't know his backstory. All they see is that $1 million smile and that big old mustache on his face. That's all they see. But guess what? He woke up with a vision. He went to bed with a dream. He stopped having limited beliefs and he began pushing towards his purpose. So let's look at KFC. This is Colonel Sanders, right? Now, this guy, he didn't discover and launch KFC until he was like, I think, 65. So it's never too late. You can always begin again, but it exploded. And this guy now, KFC is an international company and you know it well. So he had his own challenges. Do you know who this guy is? You probably don't. Let's take a closer look. Do you know him now? What does it say on the wall? Amazon. Look at where he started. A wooden desk, and that's not even a real desk. That's plywood put together. All right. This is where this guy started at. You know who he is? Jeff Bezos, the richest man on the planet. The richest man on the planet. And Amazon is the company that we know him for. But actually, if you Google it, he has about 10, 15 companies he actually owns, and you don't even know he owns them. You don't even know that he owns them. But he had his challenges. And this is just some advice that he says. He says, look, you got to start small and build. You got to get a full night's rest. And this is how a billionaire thinks. You got to get this. Always follow your gut. Do important things early. Don't forget to think ahead. Make only 3 decisions per day. And that's his thing, is like he's saying he only makes 3 decisions per day. And I got a couple more minutes left. I want to show you a couple more. Do you know who these guys are? Look at this, 1976. Where were you? Were you born during this time? If not, I mean, if you were, what were you doing? These guys are in the garage messing with computers. Do you know who they are? That's Steve Jobs. That's Steve Jobs. And we all know him because of Apple. But this man has gone through so many challenges in his life. He passed away, but still, he had tons of challenges. He used to have to walk 7 miles across town every Sunday just to get a good meal because he didn't have money. A lot of people don't know those stories. So if you're struggling, there's purpose in your struggle. There's purpose for your pain. Your test becomes your testimony. Your mess in your life becomes your message. It's a part of getting you on the path to purpose. And he has his own top 10 things to help you be successful. And I just go over the top 3. Don't live a limiting life. Have passion and design for yourself. Design for yourself. What do you want your life to be? You know who this guy is. If you saw him on the street today, you probably wouldn't think he's nobody. Okay? But guess who he is? That's Bill Gates. Bill Gates didn't start off as a millionaire just having fun and doing great things. No, he had to press through just like everybody else. He had to press through. And so I don't want to go over all his tips, but Bill Gates is someone else that had the challenge. Do you know who this is? You probably don't. It's Elon Musk. Elon Musk. So if you want to know what it takes to be successful, have you heard of Tesla? This guy is your case study. He broke into an industry where there were so many people, it didn't even make sense for him to start a new car company. And now he's trying to create rockets that's going to get to Mars. Why? because NASA has never been able to do anything with all them billions of dollars they get every year from taxpayers. They just wasting that money on stuff that don't even make sense. And here comes a private citizen, Elon Musk, who's not the sharpest knife in the drawer, who has a vision and purpose, but he gets a good team around him who believe in his vision. And now he's the only person on the planet that has ever created a rocket that he can fire off into space that can come back and land back on the earth without blowing up. Elon Musk. Have a vision beyond what you see. Don't live by sight. And you can do that too. So Halle Berry, she was homeless. A lot of people don't know that she was homeless. Jim Carrey, he had his struggles mentally. He had all kinds of problems in his family. He was also homeless. But Elon Musk said, and I'm gonna wrap this up, says you have to take risks. You have to take risks now and do something bold. You won't regret it. I commend you today for taking a risk. I commend you for stepping in here and doing what hasn't been done before, and that's staying through this whole video and learning some things. And lastly, Martin Luther King said, if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. Keep moving forward in your purpose. Keep moving towards the thing that you've been created for. If you take your phone and you get your camera, you hit camera, and you hover over this, it's a QR code. It will launch right to my website. You'll be able to get right to my website, and you'll be able to see the things that we've been talking about today. And please, if you're a business owner or thinking about starting a company, let me know. I'd love to talk with you about scaling your company, helping you figure out some things to help your company grow even more, help you define your vision, define your purpose in your personal life and in your spiritual life and in your business. That's what we do with mypurposemypower.com. And our goal for you is for you to find your purpose. This is session 1, so there's so much more that we want to talk about. And in March, the first week in March, we're going to actually do a Purpose and Power workshop, and I invite you to contact us about being a part of that, getting more information on that. It's going to be the first Saturday in March, so make sure you go to our website, mypurposemypower.com, and just let us know that you're interested, and spread the word. Let people know, because this right here, and we can get our young people understanding their purpose early on. If we can get our teenagers, our young adults, if we can get even our seniors, our boomers, to understand that you still have life left, you still have purpose. You don't have to stop. You can learn some new things, do new things, and achieve your purpose in a way that you've never achieved before. You can reach out to me. Our company is Manifest Media. We own that mypurposemypower.com brand. We have a full service business consulting, marketing, advertising, purchasing company. We do graphic designs, web designs. We do all of that. And this is all because, like the exercise I had you to go through, I did the same thing, and I list my top 7. And these are some of the things that came out of that in terms of things I could do to walk in my purpose and my power. And now I'm hopefully taking you through the same process so that you can walk in your purpose and your power. Hopefully today you've gotten locked into that, and you've learned some things about going to bed with a dream, waking up with a vision, and pressing ahead to your purpose, knowing you have a purpose. Why? Because God created you, and he created you to be here for a reason. And today you begin to understand that that reason is being revealed through the exercise that we went through. And there are things that he needs you to do. And you might be asking, well, why did he send me here? Because you're the only one that can do it. That's why he sent you here. You just don't know it yet, but you will know it as you start to walk this thing out and start to understand that God's called you to greatness beyond what you can think or imagine. And you don't have to do it by yourself. You know why that's true? It's because today you watch this video and I've come alongside to help you. And there's a saying that goes, when the student is ready, the teacher will arrive. So you're obviously ready, because I'm here teaching you these tools to help you to walk on that path to purpose. And I'm excited about it. You know, as a coach, as a business coach, as an owner, I know how valuable it is to have someone that can see what you don't see, to help you get through some of the barriers that have been stopping you. I know how valuable it is to have people that will come alongside you, like Dr. Kelly with the Black Business Expo USA, and create a tool that people can get together and learn from each other and grow more together. We need each other as a network. We need each other to get together and learn things that we haven't known. Information is the most powerful thing on the planet. It's those that have the information that can change the trajectory of a whole people group. A whole population can change if they can get empowered. And so I commend Dr. Kelly for what he's doing. I thank him for allowing me to come back on. And hopefully I'll be hearing from you soon. Please go to my website, mypurposemypower.com. We definitely want to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Stephen Walker, for that extraordinary presentation, finding your purpose and finding your power in your purpose. I'm not sure if we have any other time for any other questions, but I would like to say, are there any other contact information or organizations or any other business that you would like to share to the people regarding purpose or business consulting or spiritual coaching?
Yeah, I would say that it's a great question. I would say that if you're really looking to be successful in business, you have to first be successful in life. And that's why, the purpose and power process that we have is first spiritual. It's getting you in tune with who God's created you to be and getting your relationship right with Him first. And when you get that relationship right, what happens is you become the right person and you start attracting the right people, right? It's the whole when the student is ready, the teacher arrives. When you start to do the right thing spiritually, you start to get blessed, and God sees that and starts to bless you with things that you don't have to strive to get. You don't have to go out and try to manipulate to make happen. You become the right person in God, and God brings you the blessings that He has in store for you, and they overtake you, and they're far greater than you ever could think or imagine. So those are some of the things that we do with mypurposemypower.com, and we'd love to help more people do that.
Okay, very good, very good. I think there might be, there's time for, I think, two more questions. So you were talking about purpose and you were also talking about focus. So I guess another question would be, how would a person handle their purpose, particularly changing throughout their life, or maybe changing from month to month or year to year? This past year was a very interesting year. So how would a person handle their purpose changing?
Oh, that's great. It's a great question, Daryl. So whatever it is that you did that you had to change to do something different, what you've done in your past becomes a foundational brick in your purpose. It's not like that had no meaning. You had to go through that to prepare you for where you were going, and where you are now is preparing you for the next step. So it's foundational. Every place that you've worked and things that you've done have lifted you every time to greater and greater positions of understanding and power. And that's the purpose for that. And it's kind of scary when you have to transition and shift, especially if you're going out of an industry. But there's certain skill sets that you have that are transferable. Just because you are a plumber doesn't mean that's all you can do, right? So there's things that you did when you were plumbing that you can do when you become a business owner and start maybe a motorcycle shop, right? If that's your passion, if that's your purpose. So there are things that you when you take a skills assessment, you can begin seeing these are things that I can do. For example, there was a guy who was a baseball player and he couldn't understand physics. His physics teacher was trying to help him. He couldn't understand physics. So then the teacher took him and said, you operate in physics every time you play baseball. And he didn't understand why. He's like, well, what do you mean? He says, because you have the ability, check it out, to stand at the plate, watch someone throw a ball at you at 80, 90 miles an hour, look at the trajectory of the ball and know the angle that the bat needs to be at and know how hard you need to swing in order to hit that ball as far as you can. That's physics. And he showed them it's physics, but he just didn't know the formula. And that's what a coach does. A business coach comes in and shows you the why behind the what, how it works. And I think that's the value of being able to come alongside people who have the wisdom and knowledge that we have at mypurposemypower.com, and other coaches have, other teachers and mentors have. That's the value of having that kind of leadership.
Very wise, very wise. And I believe the final question, this might be a little bit more personal. How did God or how did the universe show you that your purpose, one of your purposes, is to be a spiritual and a business coach? How did that occur? How did you find that out?
I don't even think we have enough. That's a great question. I don't think we have enough time, but I believe in the one God, and that when I gave my life to Christ 30 years ago, it came to me that, I've been just playing around with my life. And when I started reading the Bible and started understanding what our God Jehovah, what our God Yahweh created us to be, He made us in His image and after His likeness. And I started reading through the Bible how the way He has set it up is that He's always chasing after man to reintroduce Himself. I am your God. And once I realized that He was my God and that He says I can call Him Father when I become a child through Jesus Christ, receiving Christ as my Lord and Savior, that now I can start to understand my purpose. In order to understand who you are, you got to figure out what you are and what you've been created for, and you have to go back to God for that. So I did that, and I started reading God's word and realizing that He has called me to share that story of letting people know who He is and who they are in Him. And as I started learning the word, I started teaching the word of God. So I became a pastor, getting the ministry and doing those things. And my vocation was sales, because I love helping people grow their businesses. I hate to see people struggle. And so the two came together because I would always ultimately end up not only helping people design business plans and marketing plans for their company, but I would become friends, and then I'd become a spiritual coach. I would guide them, as they call me, as friends, through things that they were going through. And so the two kind of came together, and it was like, I'm really a business coach and a spiritual coach, and I've always been a mentor, but I've always done that for free. I've never gotten paid for that. And so I prayed about that. I was like, God, if you want me to use these giftings and these talents for that purpose, bring me people who are willing to pay me for what I've been doing for free. And look, Daryl, it blew my mind. This is that having vision. It blew my mind. I put out an offer to a gentleman that I met through a Zoom. He said, I'm looking for a business coach. Send me your information. Send me your package. I sent it to him. I'm not going to tell you how much it was, but he paid up front, not monthly. He paid the whole package up front. And I've been working with, I started with him in 2000, and he's still my client today. And the results that we've gotten are amazing. So I think that, part of it is you just being honest with looking at your past and knowing you made mistakes, but realize there's some things you learn too. And there's things that you can do that's equipped you and made you different. Then you look in your future and you go, so what can I do with this? Like, these are the parts and the pieces, like the skills assessment that I had you go through, right? What can I do with this to be more of an impact in the world and add more value to other people? How can I use this? And then it becomes clear, because it's not about money. It's about making impact, and money just comes. That's why Warren Buffett became one of the richest men in the world. It's not because he wanted to be a billionaire. It's because to him, making money was like a hobby. He put his money away. He still drive the same old beat up car, live in the same old house, wearing the same old suit, same wife. He didn't dump her for somebody younger. Why? Because it's not about money. The love of money is the root of all evil. But we need money to do things. So we just don't need to love it, which means don't focus on it. Focus on people, focus on making impact, and all those things will just come to you as a result of that.
Okay, all right, and that looks to be all the time that we have. So, Mr. Stephen Walker, I would like to thank you personally again for attending and for presenting your wonderful information. Please go support him and his business, and we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you, Mr. Stephen Walker.
You got it, Daryl. Thank you so much. God bless you.
God bless you too. And now we'll be heading into the 10-minute break. But I'd like to remind you, the Black Business Expo, the mission currently now is to raise funds for our scholarships for students in high school so that they can go to college or to start their own business as well too. So if you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship. We as an organization would greatly appreciate it. It will help in buying laptops and other supplies so that students can find their purpose and to facilitate their purpose in entrepreneurship for the Black community as well too. See you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life.
Hello, my name is Natural Breeden, and I'm introducing a new author and her publication. Dr. Veronica Hardy is an inspirational speaker, author, and educator. Through her writing and public speaking, she uses the power of story to reveal and confront challenges experienced by the readers and listeners. And this is showcased through her book, A Letter to My Sisters, Reflecting on God's Promises. Dr. Hardy, what influenced the title of your book?
I can say, now I did change the title a few times. It went from, I think I started with calling it Tamar's View to capture more from her perspective. Mm-hmm. Then I switched it to Everybody Has Their Stuff. You know, we all carry something. Yes. And then finally I decided to pray. You know, God, what do you really want people to receive or know from this book? Mm-hmm. And so that's when A Letter to My Sisters, Reflecting on God's Promises really came to me, because I felt it was really fitting that I was writing something for other women to read from my heart to theirs.
Oh,
thank you.
Now, Dr. Hardy, why did you choose the story about Tamar as the basis of the book?
I feel like oftentimes we don't talk much about the women in the Bible who have gone through difficulties such as her. She was raped or sexually assaulted by her half-brother. Okay, and I just thought that was an important story to be able to bring out. And I thought it was important to kind of bring out her story, how she responded to it, so we could also look at how we respond to it as well.
Absolutely. Now, Dr. Hardy, how does the story of Tamar serve as an example for you?
I would say strength, for one. It seems like she didn't hide it at all. And I think sometimes if someone were to ask us, we want to cover it. We don't want to share it. Why? Because we're carrying the shame, or we feel like we're guilty that we caused the situation to happen to us. So I was glad she was able to share it with her brother, acknowledge it, and then he said to her, don't take it to heart. And that message spoke to me that we don't have to carry what someone else did to us. We don't have to make that become part of our identity, but for us to remember who we are, because she was a princess. Okay? And that's not taken away because of what someone else did to her. And I just wanted us as women to remember who we are in God's eyes.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
And now we are back. Welcome back. Now, before we move on to the next topic and the next speaker, we'd like to thank our sponsors. We'd like to thank Jermaine Moody, Chairman and CEO of Moody Capital Partners. And Black Leaders Worldwide. We'd also like to thank Glendola Beasley of GM Beasley and Associates. And we'd like to thank Dr. Donetta Watson of the National Black Mastermind Group, as well as the members of the Black Business Expo Board as well too. So we'd like to thank our sponsors. And please, please, please consider donating to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund by going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Now, to our next topic and speaker. You've heard about dynamic leadership. You've heard about purpose and finding power in your purpose. Now you're going to hear about two other topics that might be a little bit more scary or maybe more uncomfortable. Budgeting and life insurance. So we're going to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Mr. Tyler Patterson. He is an elite finance budgeter, finance professional, and life insurance expert. So he is extraordinary, just like our other speakers. So I will now pass the presentation to Mr. Tyler Patterson. The floor is now his, and I will see you on the other side. Enjoy.
Hey, thank you for that, sir. Thank you. Like he said, my name is Tyler Patterson, and I am partnered with Mass Mutual, and I'm here to talk today about life insurance and also budgeting. And as regards to today, I will start as regards to starting off with budgeting, and then I'll move talking more about as regards to life insurance. So as regards to budgeting, it goes hand in hand with financial well-being, having control over your day-to-day and month-to-month finances, having the capacity to observe, financial shocks, different things that come about. We definitely seen it last year with COVID coming kind of out of nowhere, and being able to stay on track to meet your financial goals that you set for yourself. So that could be from, if you want to take a trip, when we was able to really travel. I know it's different now. And also different things you may have set in for goals as regards to paying down debt, or also just saving a certain amount of money each month. And then finally, having the financial freedom to make the choices that allow you to enjoy your life. Once again, those trips, not having to worry about the little things of oh, can I do this month or can I not? If you have a budget, you kind of know what's going on each month and can kind of stay within that budget. So as we go through today's discussion on budgeting, we'll be addressing the first bullet as regards to having control over your day-to-day and month-to-month finances. But also we'll touch on how to budgeting on how it can help you absorb a financial shock, staying on track to meet your financial goals, and lastly, having the financial freedom to make those choices and enjoy life. So first, I'd like to start off with a question. Why budget? Why is that important? Why should somebody budget? Well, one reason is it allows you to make more informed decisions as regards to keeping your finances on track. Ultimately, reaching your financial goals and lifestyle. Today, I would like to start off with first assessing your income, tracking your spending, understanding your expenses, categorizing your expenses, and then finally, keeping up with your budget and preparing for the unexpected. So first, let's start off with assessing your budget. You will need to start off, first to know your individual income and also combined income if that do pertain to you and your spouse. So you can understand how much money you need to spend, how much money you have to work with within your budget, and you can spend in things of that nature. And also determine the amount of your take home after taxes pay. And you can look at 3 different perspectives on this. You can look at it as annually, monthly, or weekly. I like monthly myself. And if there is also another income in your household to consider, please put that within your budget also, so you have the right calculations. And also, if your income varies, if you're paid once a month or once every 2 twice a year, semi-annually, keep track of those changes also, and plan accordingly, annually or monthly, according to your budget and your pay. And regardless of what your income is, having a budget helps you make the most of your money. So you're able to make the smart decisions, not just spending. Periodically, you have a plan as regards to your budget. Second, as regards to tracking your spending, I usually like to use a spreadsheet, an Excel sheet, to track my minimum of 30 days expenses. If you like to get more detail, you can track your expenses daily. It is apps out there. You can take a notepad with you when you go out, write things down, and if you want to get real specific. But I believe, if you do use an Excel sheet, using it monthly, and categorizing everything that you put, your things that you have to pay, and kind of more of your wants on the right side. So on the left-hand side, more of your needs that you had to, do for that month, and then also on the right side, more of the wants that you obtained. Hope you guys are taking notes out there. And also, so as regards to your tracking your spending, third, you like to understand your spending. So like I said, on the left-hand side, you like to do your fixed expenses. So things that never going to change, your month-to-month expenses as regards to your bills, your car loans, if you have rent or mortgage, your groceries, also things that you may pay for out of different things. So if you have insurance, if you contribute things to as regards to church and tithes, those things. And then your variables on the right hand side. So as regards to your Netflix accounts, when you go shopping for gifts and things of that nature. And also, if you have kids and they do sports, you want to put those things, your vacation, your travel. I know this time of year we wasn't able to travel as much due to COVID, but you want to think of it as wholeheartedly. So don't put yourself as in think of this now this year. Think of it as a regular year when you can travel. Also, you want to put in on the right hand side your lunch out, your dining out. So that's also accounted for. And then also you want to put down things that you forget about, things that you may not expect. So those is also in your budget, because you never want to just be in the bind like, okay, because there's some things that's gonna come unexpected. Life is always not perfect, as we've seen, FYI, as of 2020. So you always want to be ready for the unexpected. Next, you like to categorize your expenses. So your living, your wants, your debts. You like to allocate your budget. Usually we go with the 50-30-20 guideline, where you put 50% into your living, your groceries, your day-to-day, your bills, 30% into your wants, and then 20% of your income into your debt, paying down those credit cards, car loans, things of that nature, or also college loans. And then once you have tracked your expenses and you have created your budget, you can begin to adjust like the numbers that best fits your individual financial, situation. However, only you, based on your personal financial situation, can decide what's best approach for your budgeting that makes sense for you. So, as you heard, I didn't say savings in that 50-30-20 guideline. I put savings within the 50% of living, because you want to look at it as paying yourself. And as regards to paying yourself, you don't want to make it like more harder than it is. You want to feel good that you're saving and paying yourself and have money in the bank. And that way you can always, budget a specific amount to be saved each month and every month. So if something does come up, you know that, okay, I'm going to put that money, kind of replace that money back. It's important to understand things here that you want to go get and habit of saving. And saving a predictable amount each month that is budgeted for you. And the best way you could do that is by basically paying yourself. And the biggest benefit of saving a predictable amount each month is that you have the money to fall back on. Once again, if anything happens in case of emergency, car repair, something happened with your house, you have that money to fall back on.
I see.
Oh.
Please continue.
Oh, okay. And then also manage your monthly budget. Once you create that monthly budget, it's not just a one-time thing. Please keep in mind that you may have to make adjustments each month. And make changes. Some of your debt may start falling off, so you can allocate your money to go more into savings or paying another more debt more. So that's one thing as regards to budgeting, and as regards to how it can help you prioritize your spending and helping you allocate money towards the things that you feel is most important to yourself. Next, I would like to move now to the life insurance. I would like to talk as regards to start off with the different types of life insurance. What is life insurance? Kind of go a little bit as regards to permanent life insurance and cover a little bit how much do you need. So first, does anyone know what is life insurance? Does anyone have it out there? Through their job, individually. Well, life insurance is a financial product that provides a death benefit to individual beneficiaries upon the death of the insured. And basically, that's simply how it's put. Making sure that you leave something for your loved ones. And life insurance, death benefit may be used to help your loved ones, once again, replace your income. Debt elimination or paying for future expenses.
Okay. We just had some some questions that
Okay.
that the audience wanted to ask regarding
Okay.
budgeting and life insurance. So I'm gonna make sure that I ask these questions correctly. So in particular for life insurance, there's not that many, or at least from the research that we've been doing, there's not that many life insurance companies that are Black owned or Black founded. So in your professional opinion, how would we as a Black community help advance the Black life insurance industry? How would we go about that?
I'll say you said advance I'm sorry, can you repeat the question one more time?
So and I guess if I had to rephrase my question, how would we get more Black people, Black entrepreneurs to enroll in life insurance, or to boost the numbers of life insurance, or to maybe encourage entrepreneurs to start their own life insurance company, or get into the life insurance field?
I would say first maybe just do more research. Talk to more individuals, Black individuals within it in the industry that can give you their experience, as into why they joined it, as regards to their journey. I joined it it helps. I think it helps our community as regards to financial literacy. It gives us, access to educating each other, our community, as regards to financial tools that can help build that generational wealth.
Okay.
And also it helps. I think we should definitely get more in this field, because it also helps us long term as regards to retirement. So we could be at home and not have to be at home in a nursing home, in a sense also. So I think it's a lot to it. It can help our community in different aspects. Just us being more open to just the education and just kind of working together to network and build that conglomerate of taking over the financial industry.
Okay. Very, very interesting. Very good. So our next question from the audience to you is, how has budgeting and life insurance changed in the past 5 years? Or if you can't answer in the past 5 years, how has budgeting and life insurance maybe changed in this past year, especially with 2020 being the very tumultuous year that it's been?
Yeah. I think it changed maybe because it gave me 2020 definitely showed people that you never know about tomorrow. So I think it brought more of a light to life insurance. Because as we've seen, a lot of people are passing, and you don't want to leave your loved ones in debt, or it's not cheap to bury a loved one either. So I think that's what 2020 has changed. It opened up the conversation now to think about budgeting, because we've seen that if you didn't have the savings at this time, it probably was harder for you as of 2020 and right now also. So really just I think this year alone bringing more of a light to this conversation. It's not, I think it's past 20 years, we probably wouldn't have had this conversation as open as we are now, as regards to life insurance and budgeting. So I think that's one thing that has changed as regards to this year.
Okay. Very good. No, you're definitely right on the money in regards to that, especially for this past year. So I guess another question following up with that. So particularly with Mass Mutual, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if that's not the company or the business that you work with.
That is correct.
Okay, good. Is there any specific technology that's really on the cutting edge, or that's really making waves in the life insurance, budgeting, or the financial industry? Is there any technology that Mass Mutual has that's really starting to rise and make a great impact in budgeting, life insurance, and finance?
We have a lot of different accesses to different softwares. I could do an analysis as regards to your retirement. I could see where you're basically where you're at what you're currently doing and what your goals are in the future, and see where you're downfall. Are you on track? Are you not on track? And how can we help you meet your goals. So that's some of the technology that we do have. And as regards to budgeting, it's pretty simple. I keep it simple. I keep it as simple as an Excel sheet, and I just kind of line everything out. I'm a visual learner, and so that's how I kind of do my own budgeting. But as regards to the financial, we have a lot of different technology that can help us as regards to showing our clients where they're currently at and how they can reach their goals.
Okay. Do you mind maybe, I guess, giving the names of maybe either some software that MassMutual, I guess, uses, if that's permissible? Do you advise any mobile apps that can help with budgeting, either for personal budgeting or business budgeting?
I don't use no mobile apps. I'm old fashioned still. So I keep track of my stuff kind of on my pen or pad, you would say. But we're using 360. We also use Microsoft Team, which is big amongst everyone. We also move into Advisor 360. I'm sorry, that's the whole name, Advisor 360. Correct. And so that just allows us to keep up with everything that we have going on. And we have a lot of different other outlets as regards to our technology that we do use. So, but right now it's basically Microsoft Team and Advisor 360, which we'll be using soon, shortly.
Nice, good to be seen. Okay, all right. Very good, very good. So I hope everybody's taking notes. Please take notes about the different software, the different techniques, and the benefits of budgeting and life insurance, especially with MassMutual. You have a world-renowned finance expert here talking to you. And the questions keep coming in. The questions do keep coming in. So the next question that we would like to ask would be, what are the, I guess, the not only the financial benefits, but what are the mental and the physical benefits of budgeting? I don't know if you've been asked that question, but what are the mental and the physical, maybe even the spiritual benefits of budgeting? Have you noticed that between clients or customers?
Yeah, first, the one main benefit is you have clarity. I mean, once again, going back to last year, we didn't have clarity. We kind of still don't have clarity, but you have more clarity as regards to your finances. You have more control. You understand, all right, well, I have this amount of money I'm going to save. It makes you more, it kind of brings you more relaxed. It brings you more peace. And, if something happens, you don't have to get all flustered and frustrated. You have a plan in place where you know that you're saving a certain amount each month, so you have that emergency funds. So it kind of brings you that peace of mind.
Okay, very good, very good. So I guess this next question would be, is there I guess for the Black community, the Black business community, the African diaspora or the African community, anywhere in the world, do you recommend a budgeting goal or even a life insurance goal that the community could potentially reach for this year?
I would say that's personal. I would say each personal goal should be their own goal that they set personally. As regards to budgeting, everyone has different lifestyles. Everyone has different things going on in their life. Everyone supports a different amount of people in their life. So I can't say a specific amount, but I would say this amount that you feel is attainable. Don't go too far, but don't make it too easy either on yourself. Okay. It is gonna be a challenge. It is something new. But if you stick to your plan, and you should be able to reach your goal. And then as regards to the life insurance, once again, it all depends on what you like for your insurance to do for yourself. Everyone has different goals. Everyone has different amount of maybe kids or loved ones that they do take care of. So once again, just think about who you like to make sure is okay and what you would like for the insurance to do.
Okay. Very good. So I guess I'm going to have to maybe dig a little bit in, I guess, regarding the numbers. I know that you said it depends. Depends on your spending habits, what you do, and depends on, I guess, the character of the person or the customer. So I guess percentage wise, so say for a person, just getting out of college, do you recommend a certain percentage as far as budgeting? Like maybe try to
Oh,
maybe but
10% saving.
okay, good.
Maybe try to save 10%.
Okay.
Just for those rainy days. I know I'm a college student grad, so I understand that once you graduate, it's different. So even while you're in school, saving that 10%. So once you make that transition, that you still have that money, because it is a time frame to get a job for some students and when you graduate. So having that little security blanket. But I would say maybe 10% if that's okay with them.
Okay. All right. And then I guess, what about for a Black entrepreneur who is, say they have their business plan written or maybe 3/4 of the way written. Is there a percentage or number that you recommend that they budget for them? Maybe just starting out, maybe if the Black entrepreneur is 0 to 3 years in business, is there like a percentage number that you would recommend for their company to be successful in the future?
Well, as regards to the business, I would say maybe the same amount, maybe 10 to 20%. Depending on how much the business income is bringing in, maybe a little bit more.
Okay. Very, very good. So I think that might be all the time that we have. I guess for one, is there any contact information, website, email, that people could reach you at MassMutual for your services and to learn more about budgeting, life insurance, and finance?
Yes, for sure. So they can reach me at my email of Tyler Patterson at financialguide.com. And once again, that's Tyler Patterson, all one word, at financialguide.com. Also, you can reach me on LinkedIn at Tyler Patterson. Also, my phone number is 585-478-0800. And that is my contact information.
Perfect. And then, sure. And then do you have any other organizations that you work with in regards to Black entrepreneurship? And do you have any, I guess, final tips that you would like to give the audience?
I don't have any Black organization that I am currently working with. I am a member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, so I'm always in the community helping and giving my service out to the community. But any tips, once again, I would say just stick to your plan, your budgeted plan. You can't just do it for 1 month or 2 months and expect a change. Stick to your plan, and you will see results. And then also, as regards to life insurance, do not rush into it. Make sure you have someone that's guiding you correctly, and you making sure that you understanding really the policy that you're getting, and make it your own plan and control what your future you want your future to look like.
Amazing. Well, thank you, sir, for that spectacular presentation. You've heard with Tyler Patterson. So now we'll go into our 10-minute break.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Alrighty, and that was our promotion for the Black Business Network Scholarship Fund as well. So please consider donating to our scholarship. Would greatly benefit high school students who are preparing to go to college and, more importantly, launching their own Black business empires. It can help purchase computers as well as other supplies as well. And furthermore, we would like to thank our sponsors. So we would like to thank once again Jermaine Moody, Chairman and CEO of Moody Capital Partners and Black Leaders Worldwide, Ms. Glendola Beasley of GM Beasley and Associates, and Dr. Donetta Watson of the National Black Mastermind Group. And then, of course, we would also like to thank the Black Business Expo Board as well. So please consider donating, and please thank you for supporting our events and supporting our events in the future as well. So now we are preparing to introduce our next topic and our next speaker. Our next speaker is Coach Renee Williams, and I will also pass over the reins of hosting to Dolores Williams. So as well. So there is Miss Dolores Williams.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Great day, great day. Your host, and as you can see, I have a co-host.
Michaela Williams.
Miss Michaela Williams. Awesome, awesome. We want to welcome you to the Black Business Expo. We are so excited. We've had so many dynamic speakers come on today, and this is a great opportunity to help spread the word about the Black Business Expos. We're doing scholarships for the young people, and that's why I have my young niece here. This is looking into her future. She's going to be a young entrepreneur. She's actually already a young, beautiful entrepreneur. So welcome to
The Black Business Expo.
the Black Business Expo. Thank you so much. Awesome, awesome. Well, we have a phenomenal guest on today. We have Renee Daughtry, Business in the 21st Century, CX Solution Validation Services, PMO, Team Leader and Client Program Manager, a creative, disruptive innovator. They organize businesses, champions who seek to create advanced and maintain corporate alignment between IT, business, marketing, support, and PM teams. So would you help me welcome our guest, Renee? Come on in. This is Black Business Expo. Great day, Coach Renee. How are you?
Well, good evening. Can you hear me pretty good, I hope?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Good. And I can see, you can see me as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, you guys, here he is, Coach Renee. Have a great day. Take notes, listen in, and let's make it happen.
Well, thank you. I think that's my cue.
Yes.
Well, good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Coach Renee Daughtry, THD. I consider myself a doctor of thinkology. I've been here in North Carolina for about 25 plus years, living in Raleigh, Cary, Holly Springs, around in the outlying areas. Yes, I am a Cisco employee as well, but I also have my own entity called Asymmetry, LLC. I have an engineering background, have a love of math and science, always loved math and science. And I took my love of math and science because when at a very young age, I was given a magnifying glass. And that magnifying glass kind of changed my perspective of the world and always instilled in me the question why. And that why wound up developing into more of a love for science, more of a love for math, which kind of got me where I am today. And again, with this engineering background and this math and science that I really love, how can I put something together to help influence my young middle schoolers, high schoolers, and elementary kids to embrace and get this love of math and science? Because as we know now, this is the foundation of where we are and how things are moving. So looking at that and looking at some of the things I was doing in the community and picking up, getting involved in FIRST LEGO, which stands for inspiration and recognition in science and technology, kind of fell in love with this LEGO robotics, looked around and went, well, wait a minute. I don't see people who look like me really involved in this. So that helped formulate with some partners to getting into this STEM world and building this STEM company that we have. And, people go STEM, science, technology, engineering, art, music, and math. And why is it so important? And what we do in this asymmetry field, we have these STEM and math and science work-related workshops, coding, robotics, principles of electricity, things of that nature that we're working with our middle and high schoolers with. And we've got a concentration on our kids, especially my young men. But what this does is build a foundation of understanding and problem solving. And people go to me, why is problem solving so important? Well, problem solving and critical thinking, because that will now spur entrepreneurship. So my working with these middle schoolers, with my team working with middle schoolers and high schoolers, we actually put in these workshops to enhance their math and science skills, to really enhance their, I call it life skills, communications and problem solving skills, which then starts to have them think and how to create. So I said, we're creating these creative disruptors because they're getting this love of math and science and problem solving, critical thinking skills. And that's what's really needed. That's what saved me, being a young man in New York and growing up in the projects, to kind of move me on, because I had this love of and this curiosity. And we're building this curiosity in our young men and women. So that's what asymmetry is all about. We're out here working with the Durham County Library. We just had some wonderful sessions at the North Carolina Central Minority Male Summer Academy, working with the Hayti Center, hopefully did some session with the Boys and Girls Clubs, things of that nature. So, we're out here showing the kids and letting the boys see us, and that's why we're coaches. The kids ask me, well, what do you coach? I say, I coach you to be the best that you can be in your mind and spirit. And that's what we all do. And all of my instructors to date are African-American men. And we're going to be getting some women to join us, to work with us, to teach our kids, because we find it better and a better type of relationship when we're working with our young African-American males to have this African-American male teaching them. And we seem to build a wonderful relationship, and they seem to really grasp the math and science like we'd like them to. So that's what this asymmetry is about. And what I'm looking at, and I've been doing a talk, and I'm going to be doing it tomorrow at NC State. Welcome to the fourth industrial revolution. So people go to me, Coach, what does that mean? The fourth industrial revolution? And if we really think about it, step back into history. The first industrial revolution was people coming out from the farm areas into the city areas, urban life. Second industrial revolution was let's call it the creation of modern technology, automobiles, printing press, light bulbs, things of that nature. Third industrial revolution was about 1970, the internet. Now this fourth industrial revolution is kind of this merger of the technical and digital worlds, the biomedical, biophysical, all colliding together. And that's what we have now. And COVID-19 accelerated us into this fourth industrial revolution. Because look around us. I mean, we went from in-house, in school, to now remote learning. And it's funny, I had been talking about network access and remote learning for years, trying to work with churches, which we did successfully, and working with after-school centers to make sure they had internet connectivity, the same thing at homes, so we can still do this long-distance type of learning. Well, COVID-19 just forced us into it. Even businesses. It forced us to, from cold calling and meeting people face-to-face, to now social media and using the internet and using technology to connect more with people. So that's what this fourth industrial really is. And we're full grain into it now. We don't have a choice anymore, because people are speaking about the new normal. And to me, it's just normal, because I've been ingrained in technology for years. So as we see now, schools are being remote, work is being remote, businesses have to readjust and be somewhat remote. So things change drastically. And it's going to go this way going forward. So COVID-19, in a way, was not, it had its moments, it has its moments, health-wise, and making sure people take care of themselves, but accelerated where we are and what we're doing, and to grasp this love of technology. So asymmetry, I'm going to go back to us again, is the things that we're doing in the community is so important, because I know sometimes our kids, they struggle with math and science, they don't embrace it, and they don't see any kind of real applications. So with us using these Lego robots and tablets and computers and introduced into some type of coding, and what we do in almost all of our workshops, we're very focused on what math, science they're taking in school at that point in time. So we can kind of equate our math and science with them. So this has now spurred some thinking among the kids that's totally, absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I had young men actually grasping equations to figure out how to better code the robots. So, I talk about the business model into this fourth industrial revolution, and we talk about social media. And social media, it's now it's at its fullest. It's really started and accelerated, but this really accelerated it. And if you look at social media, it's really nothing but communications. That's what it is. And I can name, and we know, we've grasped it, Instagram and Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, all of these social media platforms, we've just grasped them. But if you really look, they're all some type of form of communications. So Coach Renee Daughtry, my take is you're moving your business and you have this business now, or you're thinking about it. Look at technology and look at the platforms. Look about how you're storing your information, how you're safeguarding your information. Is it something mobile that you're going to be using, a mobile app to being able to, conduct your business? Will it be on a computer? Where will you store your information? Are you going to store your information all on your local laptop or your local computer? Or are you going to think about moving everything to the cloud? AWS cloud, Google cloud, some type of cloud platform to keep your records and your business contacts or your business information so it's at hand and you can access it anytime, anywhere. So those are the things that around us now was not too much of a normal, but now it's going to be the way we do business. And you must remember, and look at this, very important to think about, as you're using these platforms to move your business forward, because you're going to have to use them now, be it in advertising, and if you think about it, Google advertising, Facebook advertising, you're advertising on Instagram, you'll have to make sure that information is stored properly and it's also secure. Because right now, network security and data security is really big. So I need you to be very cognizant of that. Be very careful of how you store and where you store information, even storing it locally, how you storing it on these platforms in the cloud, making sure things are passworded, make sure that maybe virtual private networks are set up from your home on your computer to where you're going out into the cloud to make sure this information cannot be hacked. Because if we look, this country is being hacked every minute of the day. Every minute of the day. Our financial institutions, our power grids, our schools, our healthcare, and we've got these unethical hackers holding our information hostage, holding the network hostage to be paid in some type of cryptocurrency. And it's just a matter of fact. This is what's happening. So, my business people, I need you to be conscious of that. And we've got a lot of companies now spurring up because of this. People are now creating these network security companies that make sure that your data is processed properly and secured properly. So be wary of it, but also be conscious of it and look into some of these firms because this is very important. And what we're doing, we're spurring gaming and things among the kids because I know gaming is big. Gaming is huge. I mean, right here in this Cary area, Epic Games has purchased a Carytown Center for $95 million. And people go, they're going to build this big gaming facility. But gaming is like hacking. I'm going to put these two technologies together in a way because some of my best ethical hackers, all right, to protect the network are gamers. Even my son, resident going to ECU, Tenoy Daughtry, and he's a gamer, and he was involved in a hackathon, and he went, "Dad, this is like gaming." I said, "Yes, son." So these are some of the things that we're trying to nurture and get our kids interested in. Because now don't hold Coach Daughtry's feet to the fire, but I understand about 4-year colleges and 4-year education and four-year universities, but I'm really with everybody. I've been working with Wake County instructors and Durham teachers and college professors and churches and with parents. And I go, let's stop forcing our kids with this four-year university. Let's take a breath for a second. Because even my oldest son went to Wake Tech for 2 years and wanted to further his education and went on to NCCU. So 2-year could be okay. Or even some of these technologies, these certifications, and there are many certifications out there that don't necessarily need a college education, but at least it can get them started. And that's what asymmetry, that's what we're all about. Getting these kids started somewhere so they can go, oh, I have a love of this. I've got a passion. I like this technology, what I'm doing. I can get and obtain a certification. That certification can then get you some type of employment, start you off on your career. And careers, especially now, can take you either way, different avenues. And once you're in that career with a certification, then you can start to further your education. So I'm trying to work with people to take a step back a little bit and take a breath, and stop thinking, oh, we got to send them to 4-year university and get them in debt. They've got furthering education, and I'm all about furthering education. Even myself, always going for more certifications, PMP certifications, ITEL certifications. That's something we have to do. To continue to be successful, you have to continue to learn. That's just the way it is. But start to guide some of our youngsters with that. And I've got some examples of young men. I've got 2 young men in New Orleans. I call them Coach Eric and Coach Jacques. They do not, and I'm going to kind of make this clear, they do not have a college education. They were put into a program to learn coding. These 2 young men are phenomenal. They're in their early 20s, and they're phenomenal, what they've learned. Yes, they have aspirations to further their education, especially the way things are now. But what they're doing in network security, software development, and even creating a workshop for us, and they called it Hack the World. So I can introduce our middle schoolers, men and women, young girls and young boys, into the world of hacking and coding. Because again, that would propel them to think, to be creative, and then who knows? That entrepreneurial spirit will start up in them. Because something I always tell the kids now, and I even work with even high school and college, I said, I want you to think of yourself as a business. You are a $2 billion business. It's not cockiness, it's confidence. I consider Renee Daughtry a $2 billion business. I'm being paid for my services, be it being a program manager or being the founder of Asymmetry. I'm being paid for services. So I'm my own business. I want to get that into my young warriors' hearts and spirits, that's how I need you to think. That's how I need you to act, that very professionalism and thinking of yourself that way, because you have a whole different stature and a whole different being when you believe that you are on the top of the world. And we've got to instill this into our kids that they're the top. People ask me, well, why are you so focused on the youth? Very simple. And you can share this with anyone out there, or you can take it on your own. The youth and students are about 20% of the global population. But ladies and gentlemen, they're 100% of our future. This is my investment in the future, to plant these seeds of this love of math and science, problem solving, critical skills, self-thinking, self-worth, and then plant that seed. And we know about mustard seeds. I've got so many examples of the boys and girls that we've worked with and where they are now. It's just absolutely unbelievable. I go, we've touched them. We've put something in their minds and their spirits. They're on their way to be so successful. There's a young man named Timothy, and I'm not going to give his last name, but he knows who he is. And I remember when I met him as a middle schooler, he was so shy. He'd come up to me and pull, Mr. Daughtry, can I talk to you? This young man wound up being just going off and working. I still think he's at ExxonMobil and doing phenomenal, traveling the world and working in technology, all because we kind of worked with him and gave him a chance. And somebody talked to them. I'm all about this old, and I'm going to go back the years to the Polo Grounds when I was in New York City. Each one teach one. And that's what we're doing. We're showing these young men examples of who we are and what we are, and the young women as well. And to let you know how we're planting seeds, I was doing a presentation on the fourth industrial revolution and talking about robotics and how robotics is right here around us. I mean, Amazon.com built this huge facility in Garner, North Carolina. It's 4 floors, 7,000 square feet, and it's fitted for robotics. Right here in Garner, North Carolina, where the old Slim Jim factory blew up. It's got this flat roof and a skyline view of Raleigh and the surrounding areas. That's going to launch drones for delivery. So people go to me, well, it's going to be out of job. You're not going to be out of a job. There's jobs out there, but we've got to prepare you for them. So back to my story about that young lady and robotics. So I go to the audience, and it was elementary kids. I go, who in this audience can tell Coach, how can robots help us? How can they better the environment, better the community? Young lady in 4th grade, she goes, Coach, why can't the robots deliver food to the homeless? Blew my mind. Just blew my mind. I went, I've got a 4th grader who has now solved the problem in a matter of minutes. She listened to the presentation. We were talking about robots, the things that they can do and where they are now and how they're going to be in the future, how people are going to be needing to fix them and program them and all these other wonderful things. And she just came out of her mouth with, why can't it deliver food to the homeless? I embraced that young lady. I said, thank you. Thank you. These kids, they're absolutely amazing. And through our programs, again, the principles of electricity, the coding sessions that we're doing, some Minecraft. I got a young man named Chi who's doing Game Flow, and his whole organization is about sports, probability, and statistics, and introducing things like this to my young men who are getting those wheels turning because it's a love of sports. So it's things like that that we need to do to make sure our kids now are grasping what they're doing, help supplement what they're doing in school, because a lot of times they're in school now and look like we're starting to ease things. We're getting better. The vaccine is out. My teachers are being vaccinated. Down the road, my kids are going to be. We're going to get them back in class because I understand about remote learning, but we learn better face-to-face with people that we can talk to all the time, talking with our peers, and being kind of in a focused area. And that's what school's about. That's what school's about. And just give them a break from being home. I mean, come on. We've all been home since COVID-19. I mean, I've been working from home since March 6th, and I get a little antsy here and there. And I can imagine how the kids feel sitting in front of a screen for 4 to 6 hours a day. So that they're getting them back in school, but using our programs to help enhance what they're learning, because they have fun with what they learn when they learn with us. And we also know that we see that they also have the tendency to speak up a little bit more because we encourage that. I'm quick on asking questions or giving verbal instructions. You'll come into our workshops. I had Dr. Gail Hollowell walk into one of my workshops at NCCU, and she went, I don't see anything written on the board. Well, I don't see anything written on your screen. It was only symbols. I go, we do a lot of verbal instructions. And a lot of the times, I make sure that the kids understand that coach is going to say this once, maybe twice. Here's what I need, this exercise. Here's what I need for this to do. You can ask your neighbor, but coach is going to be quiet now. So we enhance these listening skills. And I watch the kids. Most of the time, I tell them something once or twice, and they're good to go because they love what they're doing. They can see what they're doing. They're holding that tablet and they're coding, solving these math problems because they got to solve these math problems to effectively code. And then the robot does what we told it to do. And then they take it a step further. If you look And I say, we are on the book of face, asymmetry, the book of face. And you see the videos out there with the kids. Something as simple as having the robot follow a line. They went and they took that black tape and they had the black tape all over the room. And the robot just following this, they coded to go all over the place. So again, it's that imagination. Oh, that word, imagination and creativity that we're doing with them. Because see, when we were growing up, I was growing up, you had to use your imagination. That's what spurred me on. Because that magnifying glass, you know, I'm looking at this, I'm learning how to burn things. I'm going, well, how can I see the stars better? Oh, I need a different type of device. Imagination. And that's what we're doing with the kids. To me, that's so important. So we can launch them into this entrepreneurial state of mind and launch them into these leadership capabilities. Because I make sure that when we do interact with the kids and the students, that I make sure that we tell them, and I set expectations, that they are not the leaders of tomorrow. And I'll say that twice. I say, my young warriors, you are not the leaders of tomorrow. Coach says you are the leaders of today. So we start to plant those seeds, and I need you to act that way. I mean, they're going to be kids, let's be real, but let's just act that way. And let's act in a very professional manner. We can still have fun, and you can still have fun, but let's help guide that train of thought and that spirit a little bit. And that's what we're all about. Asymmetry LLC 4.0 is what I call the company now. Life skills. And we try to lead by example because they see us. They see what we're doing. I had one young man, in fact, after a Saturday Academy at North Carolina Central, I had a young man, the mom come in, wanted to know where was Coach. And I said to myself, maybe in a bit of a trouble now. All she said to me was her son, and I'll just use the name Terrell, all he speaks about is you, all of you, you know, how you teach us, how you teach them, how they have fun, how they want to be like us. You know, we go to church, we work, we're employed, we teach, we take care of our families. And I looked at her and I went to myself, well, thank you, ma'am. Because that hit me hard, that we as an example, we can guide these kids on because they see us doing what we're supposed to be doing. So again, about these businesses and this Black Business Expo, you know, Black businesses are growing by leaps and bounds. I've coined a phrase, and I'm going to say it now on Facebook Live. I call it the Black Tsunami. Here we come. Businesses, positive thoughts, education, you know, standing up for what's right. That's coming. It's here. It's going to go further. This young generation is not going to stand for a lot, and they're learning a lot. So we're all about that, embracing it and embracing what's going on around us now, because we know the reality of everything. So we make sure, again, that that's what we're about. We're being honest with everybody. Right now, we've been so well accepted in Durham, North Carolina, and surrounding areas. We're starting now to gain more ground because people are seeing and entities are seeing what we're doing. We're fitting a lot of other models, but this has always been our vision and our passion. Because I've always had a vision about giving back to the community. And I've got a passion for the youth. I've always did. And I always tell people, you have vision and then you'll have passion. And once you have passion, that passion will then turn to peace. Because I love what I'm doing. I love being around the middle schoolers and the high schoolers and, hey, coach, can you help me? And working with them and watching them develop. And even coming up with some of the things, you know, I got 7th and 8th graders going, well, you know, I'm going to start my own business. Beautiful. Sometimes I don't even know, you know, they're not too sure what the business is, but who cares? It's in their minds already. So, you know, events like this, more people come out, more people speak to it, more African Americans speak to it, create more businesses. There's a need. I'm going to go back to how COVID-19 pushed us and forced us into this 4th industrial revolution. Opportunity is like you would never believe. It's here. So I tell people, you know, especially the youth coming up, take a breath, sit back and think, and develop and disrupt. And I use that word positively. Be a creative, disruptive innovator. All right. It's funny how that term came up. And even all through my career, I was always looking for ways to have things either run better, faster, more cost effective, and kind of shake up the norm a bit. And I was always called a troublemaker. Oh, you come in again and you're moving things around, you're suggesting things to be changed. Why you got to change? But now I say, oh, I was a disruptor, and I was classified as a disruptor. So, in disrupt business, there's ways to do things a little bit better and faster. Why not come up with that? So we're trying to, again, implement those things among our youth, keep our youth on a positive note. We started to also incorporate into our workshops more responsibility. You are responsible for your actions. You are responsible for your speech, because I really believe in the power of words. So be careful of what you say and how you say it, because those words sometimes are like the wings of a butterfly. And it may be something very quiet here, but it spreads out and could create that tsunami down the road. And again, just being responsible, but also being responsible for yourself, your family, having some type of community responsibility, political responsibility. It's not to talk about that with our kids. We've watched a lot of things go on around us, and we've got to start implanting that responsibility in our kids now. You are going to be the voters down the road. You have to understand how things affect our communities and how we can affect change. A lot of people, and we've heard it before, my African American, my Black folks, I love you, but why should I vote? It's not going to count. Yes, it does. So we're instilling that in our kids, because I notice civics are not being taught in school. So we're coming up with some workshops on how the government works. I just think it's important. See, with Coach, knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. And the more knowledge you have, the more power you have. The more power you have, you can affect change. So that's the things we're working with our youth on. And so far, so good. It's starting to work really well. So those are the things, again, this holistic idea of what asymmetry is about. And again, this fourth industrial revolution. Because, now I'll just speak about a few things in technology that's just absolutely amazing to me. I used to speak about this digital smart mirror, where you can stand in front of the mirror at a clothing store and you don't change clothes anymore. You stand in front of the mirror and wave your hand. And your image on the mirror changes clothes, changes outfit, or even changes color of the outfit. People go to me, what are you talking about? Well, it's in existence. If I remember right, I think it's Neiman Marcus in New York, Chicago, and LA. They actually have the digital smart mirror. And that spurs all kinds of jobs, because all that information that's being collected from the smart mirror creates inventory and data that has to be analyzed and managed. So just something as simple as that, what it created, and it's in existence. Now look, now there's exercise smart mirrors, where your trainer is inside of the mirror and you're working out with them. Digital smart mirror. Wearable technology. I'm watching now how it's just exploding. I just got a plain old watch to tell the time, but we've got smartwatches. How many hours you've slept, how many steps you've taken, your heart rate. Look at it, all this information and how businesses changed again in this fourth industrial revolution. Because now my health records and things are being stored, here we go, that word again, into the cloud, and doctors can analyze it. So this is where we are and what pushed us into this. I talked about drones, and there's courses, and there's some young men that I know, and that they're actually teaching our youth drone technology and getting drone licenses. Because if I remember right, UPS here in North Carolina and UNC Rex, I think it is, they've gotten together where UPS has the exclusive contract to deliver blood samples by drones. Job opportunity, right? Even the layout of the land. that, arts and crafts, art, graphic arts, got to plot that map. Where's the drone going to fly? How's the drone going to fly? Creates all type of opportunity. So those are the things, again, that's happening around us. That's why I call it the fourth industrial revolution. It's absolutely amazing what's going on. So embrace this. Don't be afraid of it, but embrace it. Enjoy it, because it's here. Technology is not going away. Some phrase you'll hear me coin, and I love to say this: modern technology is a wonderful thing when it's working, but be conscious of it and be very careful with it to secure it. There's another company I'm talking about, again, technology, and I thought about this one. It's called Open Bionics. And Open Bionics is a facility and a company out of Europe, if I remember right, you can Google it, that creates smart artificial limbs. So arm, leg, smart technology where your body recognizes these things. Going to open up a whole new world of opportunity, again, for our youth and for people. And a lot of these things are happening right here in North Carolina. And the reason why I'm kind of got my own thought process and kind of selfish. We're working with our youth because they go to school here in North Carolina, some of the big colleges, NCCU, Duke University, North Carolina A&T, NC State, Shaw University. They go to these local, Wake Tech, and then they leave and they take that intellectual capital with them. What my working with everyone and work with you about what's going on here is to hopefully keep that intellectual capital here in North Carolina and then have them give back to the community. Go back and let the up and coming youth see them as we have. This is what we're doing. This is where we are. This is what we see and what we're projecting ourselves to do and projecting ourselves to be. So I'm a little selfish on that, because there's a lot of opportunity happening around us. And it's happening at a very alarming rate. It's happening very quickly, every day, all the time. So I try to tell, and I work with a lot of people, stay in tune to what's happening in your area. Be conscious of the things that's happening, because it's here. So that's kind of what I wanted to talk about who we are, what we're doing, my perspective of this fourth industrial revolution, and my perspective on how businesses have got to now function. And again, it's going to be utilizing technology, embracing it, making sure that across all platforms that your company looks the same, same name, same logo, same email address, things are consistent. That way you're very professional looking. And that's what people are looking for. And I always tell businesses, what you say you're going to do, you do. Because it's all about, we always say word is bond, and your reputation as a businessman or woman. Whatever I've said that we're going to do, or I'm going to do as an individual, and what my company is going to do, we do. I don't publicize a lot of what we're coming up with, because most of the time those new workshops are developed and we just introduce them. So again, think of yourself, embrace what you're doing. Think of yourself and your company as a $2 billion company, so you can have that type of mindset, that type of being, and that type of spirit, that type of confidence. Because remember, it's not cockiness, it's confidence. And that will help you move forward all the way through. So I'm glad to share with you today. I've had a really good time of sharing my experiences, and just remember that this is my own personal opinion. I want to make sure people understand that and how I feel. I've been very fortunate to be in different avenues in different areas. Some people have asked me, where are you going to be next? Well, we're trying to work with the Durham Parks and Recs. We'll hopefully have conversations with the Durham Boys and Girls Club. We worked with some of the middle schools in the area. 2 years ago, we worked with Neal Middle School and did some things with Lowe's Grove and Giddens Middle School, looking to do some events at the Hayti Center again, as we did 2 years ago. So watch us on Facebook. I'll be posting our schedule, where we're going to be, what age group we're looking for, what the cost factors are, things of that nature. But we're back. We're going to be, again, showing our kids to have some fun and to have them learn, but to instill those leadership skills, those problem-solving skills, those critical thinking skills, communications, written communications and verbal communications skills. So we're going to be looking to do that. So thank you, everyone. And I think somebody was trying to call me, and excuse me a second. I've got to maybe answer. I'll be back. All right, excuse me a second. How do I bring him back into the screen, Eric? Good afternoon. Now
I'm here.
I see you.
I'm here.
Everyone, I'm sorry, James. I think you were trying to call me. I was right in the middle of things, but I do have one of my guests and my business colleagues here, and he's going to speak for a few minutes. Mr. James Montague of F7 International Development. This young man's got the same vision like I have on our community. But James, I'm going to turn it over to you for a few minutes so you can kind of just let everyone know who you are, what your company does, and how did you do through this COVID-19?
Okay, thank you, Renee, and thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. And Dr. Kelly, it's an honor to be a part of this. But yeah, Renee, we've got some major things planned, and I just want to talk briefly about some of the things that we'll be working on. And it's very interesting when I hear you talk about, the fourth industrial revolution. That sounded like it was so far out just a few years ago, but right now it's happening right now. And honestly, the COVID situation is actually what's pushing it even faster and further. The year 2019, I spent about 6 months on the continent of Africa, getting ready for the AFT-CFA and, talking with the government leaders and how we were going to play a role in some of the things that were happening on the continent and try to bring people in the diaspora over to the continent to help develop it. 2020 was a different year. That put a halt to all of that. You just can't travel like we used to travel over there. So it's forced us to get more into the mode of communicating like we're doing right now by virtual meetings and all these types of different things. But we keep the relationships going. Our company name is F7 International Development. We primarily do commercial and residential development here and abroad. We've done a hospital project in Osogbo, Nigeria, about 6 years ago that we got an award from the United Nations on. But when we talk about the fourth industrial revolution, this thing is moving so fast, and if we are not connected to people that are actually doing these things, we're going to be left behind. Other countries are all over the continent for whatever reason, and they're taking advantage of the openness of our brothers and sisters have on the continent. We need to be in those conversations, and we need to be taking a part of this. We're working on a major project in Ghana. It's called the Wakanda One Village project. We're working with Sister Arakana Chiambari Quo, the former African Union ambassador for the diaspora, and she's one of the leaders of that project. We're working with Chief Nana Obokese, and he's actually a chief. He was here a couple of years ago, and he was the chief. I don't know if you remember, but he was the chief that offered like 5,000 acres of land to the diaspora for free. Those are opportunities that are out there that we need to take advantage of because there is no more land being made. So anytime we have access to land and being involved in developments, we need to take advantage of it. So a company named F7 International Development, it stands for Faith in Action. No matter how much you talk, if you're not in action, you're not exercising faith. You know, a lot of people talk about it, but we actually about it. And I'm just honored to be working with you, Renee, on some of the things. I know I can't say what we're working on, but we're working on some pretty big stuff, as you know. So I'm just honored to be here, and you know, I'm open for communication. I'll put my contact information in the chat so that people can reach out to us and figure out how we can best work together. I'm not going to take up too much time. I know there's somebody else on behind me, but I was just asked to come up here and speak for a little bit about what we do and how we're working with Mr. Daughtry and some of the initiatives with the young folks. So I see Mr. Renee added his in. I'll be adding my information in the chat box as well. Thank you so much.
Well, no, Joey, don't go yet. Just I think one piece of importance. Where are you located?
Actually, in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yeah. See, so like I said, things happening. Like I was saying, how things are happening right here in this area. So that's why I wanted you to say you were in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Right, right. And actually born and raised right here in Raleigh, and that's kind of strange now. I just put mine in the chat as well. But yeah, born and raised right here in Raleigh, North Carolina. And just happen to be a part of all the changes going on. A lot of people complain about the growth, but the thing about growth is either you're going to be a part of it or you'll be run over by it. And I choose not to be run over by it. And I choose not to be a victim. I want to be a victor. And the only way to do that is to include the young folks, because like Renee said, the youth are not the future. The youth are the now into the future. You know, a lot of times if you say, well, in the future, you'll be a leader, they'll look and say, okay, I got 5 years, 10 years to play around. No, you don't have any time to play around. The time to take everything seriously is right now. So that's, you know, kind of some of the things that Renee and I talk about. And we're working now on a project in Nairobi, Kenya. A couple of years ago, we were, my family and I traveled to Nairobi, and we went to a place called the Kibera slums, which is really the largest slum in Africa. So just seeing that with over 1 million people living in a place where you didn't have running water and very limited electricity, it just did something to me. It made me want to be to help out and to show those future leaders that, you know, they can be what they see us as being. It's not above them or beyond what their capacity is. Our family feeds about 1,000 kids a week in the Kibera slums, and we're actually looking for joint venture partners to help us do even more. You know, 1,000 kids a week sound like a lot until you're talking about the majority of the people in Kibera are young people. So, and a lot of things that we take for granted, they just don't have. So we really need to start doing a better job of that. And I saw Mark ask a question. I don't see that question anymore.
It's interesting. The question he asked, and it's in comments, is why is there such a focus on Africa, talking about what Akon and things are doing? Here's what I'm going to say, and this is Coach Renee Daughtry's personal opinion. That's the motherland. Let's be real. I'm on Facebook Live, and I'm going to say it. And if we look at civilization and all history, and even technology, that was the birthplace of it all. I don't care how far back you go. I've dug up so much information, and I was totally blown away by the things I'm reading going, wow, this was kept from us, but that's okay. That was done to investigate and find this, and it's time to uplift the motherland, which is the largest continent in the world, with the most natural resources, and really put it back in its prime place. That's just me. That's my personal opinion and what I've learned. And now it's time to rejuvenate and get that feeling and that technology and the whole scope about the motherland and bring it back to its prominence. That's just me.
And on top of that, if you really look at it, Renee and Mark D, the boundaries have been erased. You know, before technology was on the level it is now, you wouldn't really think about doing a lot of stuff on the continent because, like, you're limited as far as travel, you're limited as far as communication. We used to have to buy these cards and put money on the card just to call and talk to somebody and dial a long number. Now I just go to my WhatsApp, hit the phone symbol, and I'm talking to the person right there in real time. So the lines are blurred. It's just like you having somebody right next door to you. So, you know, that's kind of why our focus is there. As also, you know, when we're working on the STEM projects, you know, the science and technology, engineering, arts and math, those are some of the most creative people in the world. It goes to our folks. We don't see a difference in that. So, okay, let me see this one.
Because I'm going to put glasses on to see everything. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, the Ghana Tech Summit earlier this week. Oh, I missed that. But yeah, some of the countries that actually we're involved in are Tanzania and Ghana. Those are the major countries that we're talking about and working with right now, as well as Kenya. So, like I said, my information is in there. The projects are different depending on what level you want to be involved in. But we're open to talk about it.
Yep,
So Eric says we got 30 minutes, Doc. So
we got 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's what he said. I don't know.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. There's a couple of things we can still talk about.
Okay.
I did see a comment in about I'm gonna talk about technology again. That's always been my forte. That how drone technology, augmented reality, AI, artificial intelligence. And I'm going to give, since I got 30 minutes, I'm going to give a couple of shout outs to a few of the brothers that we're working with. Mr. Rashad West was a young man that I met maybe 3-4 years ago. He's got a very interesting kind of sports story that he actually did try out for the NBA. He wound up playing for some of the other teams in Europe. I think he went to, can't remember what college he went to, and basketball just didn't play out for him. So he decided, what can I do with technology and sports? So he put together a company of AR, virtual reality and augmented reality. He actually held some VR workshops at the NCCU STEM Academy. Had the kids with the Oculus headsets on. They were playing basketball on virtual basketball courts from around the world, which really got the boys interested. And he gave them a basketball while they had the headset on, and he would make them do the times table. And I looked at Rashid and I went, unbelievable. You've taken this new technology, you put it into a space where the kids can really grasp it, sports and basketball, have them playing on basketball courts in Asia and Europe and Australia, but he's keeping them with this math technology as well, making them recite the times table. So what he's doing now, he's really exploding in it. He's besides the virtual reality, he's showing me this augmented reality where he said, take your phone. He had this app, and he showed me on his phone. He says, there's nothing on the table, but then when you look at it through his phone, there was a basketball player standing there playing. So he's working with more augmented reality to try to bridge these gaps together for our youth. Very, very intelligent young man. I think he's in his early 30s and just blew me away. And artificial intelligence, AI, and that word is being tossed around like I wouldn't believe sometimes. And it's machine learning language. How these machines can not think and think fast. Now, the human brain is the greatest computer in the world. We just don't use to its capacity. But the AI can analyze data quicker than we as human beings can. So yes, I tell people about AI, embrace it. Don't get too carried away or get too lost in it, because there's some ethical pieces to AI that have to be hashed out. I think at one time there was these two large companies. I think it was, I don't want to be wrong, I think it was Facebook, Google, or maybe someone else. The machines were talking to one another and they shut them down because then the machines started to develop and talk a little bit quicker than they anticipated. And even created a language that we weren't too familiar with. So there's still a lot of unknowns out there. And I think that AI will never drive us out of work, because we as humans, when we embrace technology and technology does something for us, we wind up thinking at a different level. We wind up going to a higher level to think things out and think things through. And that's what I see happening. Going from that old dial-up phone to where we are now. Who would have thought? Just who would have thought? But we adapt as humans, and we adapt very quickly. And I think it's ways for us to get to that next level of consciousness and thought. And that's why, again, we work with our kids to have them embrace that new consciousness of level and thought. And something I tell kids and I'm going to say this right here on Facebook Live. I hate that term, think out of the box. I'm just doesn't sit right in my soul. I tell the kids, here's what you tell, what coach said. You tell people coach said there is no box. It does not exist. You're a free thinker. You're a free innovator. The minute you say to think out of the box, you've placed yourself inside of that box to think out of it. No boundaries. And then when the kids kind of look at me when they say that, they smile, then they get really creative and innovative because now they're really thinking on their own. So again, that's, I think, what this AI and things are going to do, and how it's going to enhance our thinking and just push us to a new level. That's just me. That's just me. So James, that's very quickly. Anything you can tell us that you have in the works? I know you were working on a strip mall, a plaza or something in downtown Raleigh. Could you maybe mention that or talk about that?
Sure. And Raleigh, can you hear me? I've got an echo.
Yeah, you're okay now.
Okay. Yeah, we're working on a shopping center project called Montague Plaza. It's right in front of Southeast Raleigh High School, which we're going to have several local businesses, restaurants, STEM center. We have barbershop, beauty salon, all the usual tenants that you would have in a site like this. And we're also working with St. Augustine's Community Development Corporation to do a mixed-use development right on the corner of Tarboro and Lane Street. That's going to be a 3-story commercial on the bottom floor, residential on the top 2 floors with a garden rooftop area for meetings and people that live in the complex. So we've got a few things in process. We're also looking to do a phase 2 on our retirement home called Elders Peak. Elders Peak was built, I don't know if I showed you that, Renee, but that was a retirement home I built back in 2004 to house seniors 62 and up, and it's been 100% up running, leased out ever since. We're looking to do another retirement home about twice the size of that. And another project working on, we're doing some affordable housing out in the Wake Forest area. We were contacted by the city of the town of Wake Forest to do some affordable housing for town employees and people in workforce housing range. So those are some of the things that we're working on. There's several projects here. I don't want to make it seem like we're doing everything international. We also have some stuff here to pay the bills, but when it comes to doing projects international, you got to have something that help seed that, because it costs money to do those. It costs money to travel. The banking system is not set up on the continent like it is here, so you can't just go and get a 30-year mortgage. People take that for granted. Over there, if you see somebody with a car or with a house, they pay cash for it. They didn't get a 30-year mortgage. They actually paid for it. So there's a big difference between the mindset here and on the continent. So I'm learning a lot just by dealing with people that are in business there versus here. So those are just some of the projects we're working on.
Well, thank you. Now you see, Facebook family, why I wanted Mr. Montague to be a guest with me on here, because I've got a feeling a lot of you didn't know about him. I knew about him and went, oh, we've got to get this information out to see a Black man doing what he's doing. Again, the youth are going to take a look at it and go, well, you know what? Maybe I could be like Mr. Montague. That'll be that's what we want. Those seeds we want to plant. This can be done, and it's being done now. In fact, I'm going to mention this a little bit, and I hope he doesn't beat me up, Brother Kevin Bobbitt with KCSSU, because that's a nonprofit that's in downtown Raleigh where I met James Montague. I was doing a little workshop there, and they got a good concentration on our youth on doing things in downtown Raleigh. Because yes, just like James said, the area is changing. I mean, it's just a matter of life. It's just the way things are going. But how can we better prepare ourselves and get our kids prepped so they can go down there and buy some of those homes? Why not? That's what this is all about, And they can see Mr. Montague and see Coach Daughtry and go, well, these guys are doing this. Well, you know what? I can do it. And that's what this is about, because they have to see these examples. I have nothing against sports or music or anything, but there's other things in this life that the kids can look at and then make their own choices instead of maybe just being limited. There's other things that they can do, and we want to make sure they understand that.
Right. And Mark had a question, a very good question about, how we're represented as far as on the architectural side and the development side. A lot of times in the types of development I do, which is the tax credit development, there's not really a lot of representation when it comes to that sort of affordable housing, especially here in the city of Raleigh. That's, but it's, wide open opportunity. And that's kind of how we've taken advantage of it and been able to be successful in what we do from a development standpoint. From the architectural standpoint, there's definitely a big gap in the need versus what's actually there. That I know I'm actually looking for good architects to help in developing not only projects here, but on the continent as well. So if there are people in the network that are architects, I'm actually looking for that, as well as bankers. So if you know any bankers that are looking to do international finance, to put together funds, let us know about that as well. And I said, again, my contact is on the side. Mark had another question also, Renee. Did you see that one?
Let me take a look.
Oh, what cultural difference do you see in the way business is done there versus here? Yeah, there's a big difference culturally in the way the business is done. The first thing I had to get used to when I first started going to the continent was, let me back up. When I have a meeting here, say if Renee and I have a meeting at 4:30 here, I had to get used to it being or so on the continent. If you have a meeting at 4:30 there, it's not a 4:30 meeting. It's not on the, it's not like that. It may be an hour later, it may be a couple of hours later, but it's not the way that it is here. And if you go over there with the mindset that, okay, if I show up late to a meeting with Renee, he's going to take that personal, and he's going to think I don't value his time. But that's not the way it is on the continent. It's understood. It's more of a cultural nuance that you have to get acquainted with, and you have to understand that's just how it is. Another thing, like I say, is the cash. Cash is king there, not credit. Credit is king here. If you have bad credit here, you got to work out some stuff, and you got to find a way to come up with a bunch of cash. Over there, everything is cash. It's not really a credit system over there. So those are big differences in the way things that are done here versus on the continent. So big difference.
James, I'm glad you brought that up, and that's something else we're working with the college, especially the college of people early in their careers, that you've got to get this global mindset. We understand how we do things here in the United States, even with our gestures and our words, but once you leave, things are a little different. And it's maybe good to do some investigation and research before you travel so you can understand how that culture operates, and then you can embrace that. I call it inclusion and diversity, and embrace that so when you go, you fit in. And I think I'll use myself as an example. When Cisco had sent me, I went out of the country. And it's just the idea of being able to sit and when you eat, use the same utensils that people use.
Mm-hmm.
I was able to pick up my chopsticks and eat with everybody else. And that kind of, I'm not, you can see that I'm not part of that culture, but I embraced that culture and was able to blend in. And that's so important for us to be able to do, because I think it settles people. They realize you've embraced that culture a bit. All right. You've understood it and you want to be part of it. And that's that relationship building.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a lot of that, and I think my wife wanted the kids to go take international studies because that would help them embrace that.
Right.
So to my business people out there, as you're starting to grow your business and you're looking at the United States and further, that's fine. But as you go across the waters, just research how that culture operates and the different nuances with it. So that way you can embrace that and be part of it. And it'll help your business a great deal.
Right.
Good afternoon.
Great day, everyone. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Awesome information going out into the community. Much needed. Thank you, Coach Renee and Mr. James, for coming on and sharing. I loved it, because I, as a young entrepreneur, loved finding out information when I was young to motivate. I do Divine Connections magazine, and I have youth in my magazine to encourage them to keep on making it happen. And when you was talking about responsibility, I had also wrote a book called You Can do it, make it happen, and handle your business. And I talk about responsibility. Make sure you get the basics. Make sure you're taking care of responsibility. Make sure you have your health insurance, your life insurance, and the choices that you make sure you're able to, keep up with the consequences. So I love what you're doing with the young people. Their minds are so open right now. And so you guys help guide them and give them guidance and direction because it's so much going on. And another thing you mentioned that I was listening to was consistency and confidence. Because sometimes the young people are everywhere. They need that role and that guidance. And that is exactly what you do. And then James talked about other businesses and their mindset. And, you need to focus on the way we think and, take appreciation of the time and management that we do. So I really enjoyed this session. And then you guys are from Raleigh. I'm from Durham. North Carolina is in the house.
Absolutely.
Woo! I'm so excited. And y'all talk about technology. Technology is power, and maximizing your power with technology and just in general. We have so much that God has opened up the doors even through this pandemic to give us. And we have structures and businesses and connections. Black businesses is an awesome connection. And we get to learn so much within the 7 days. And it's going to run for 3 months. So many people get to see this. So I'm definitely excited. You guys are awesome. We want to say again, give us your contact information. Both of you, I know it's in the message, but go ahead and give it to us one more time so people can stay connected.
Okay.
James, I'll let you go first.
Sure. It's in the chat, but my contact information is, my email is Montes, Montes, F like Frank, the number 7 at gmail.com. Also, my phone number is 919-796-2546. That number is public, so I can be texted that number as well.
Yep, and mine is Renee Daughtry, ReneDaughtry at Asymmetry, AISYMMETRY.com or ReneDaughtry@gmail.com.
Awesome. Love it. You guys, do me a quick favor. Give me just a short word of encouragement right quick to the listeners.
Okay, go ahead, Renee.
Oh, send me first. Remember, you're a $2 billion business. Be positive, embrace, and go forward.
Awesome.
Okay. And mine is, if you can see it, you can be it. You've got to actually know it and be able to see it in your mind before it manifests into reality. And don't let anybody tell you that you can't do something. Don't even let yourself tell you that you can't do it.
Come on.
Because if you tell yourself you can't do it, you're right. If you tell yourself you can do it, you're right. So either way, you're right. So just be right on the right side.
Awesome. Those are great words from Coach Renee and Mr. James. We are here making it happen here on the Black Business Expo. We are so delighted that you've taken time out of your busy schedule to come and be with us today. Thank you again so much for being here on the Black Business Expo. Make sure you stay tuned. This is your host, Dolores Williams with Divine Connections, and we want to thank everyone for tuning in. Make sure you stay connected, and we'll be right back after a commercial. Have a great day, you guys.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Great day, everyone. This is Dolores Williams with Divine Connections Magazine. So excited to be here on the Black Business Network. I'm so excited to introduce our next guest, the one and only CEO of the Black Business Expo, Dr. Eric Kelly. He has done a phenomenal job connecting with people. We have different states connected, different business connected. We are so excited. The network showcase of Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, all the leaders across the world. And we had a girl talk. So we're going to have a men talk as well. So I want to give honors due to Dr. Eric Kelly for allowing all of us to have this opportunity all the way around the world. We're definitely excited. So we're going to bring on Dr. Eric Kelly.
Hello, Dolores. How you doing?
Doing well, doing well. How are you?
Doing pretty good. You know, Connections Magazine is one of the top magazines in the area. Let's talk, before I start, I like to let people know about your magazine, a magazine that's doing great things, you know. How do you see your magazine in the next 5 to 10 years?
Wow, in the next 5 to 10 years, it's just going to be all over the world. Divine Connection is going to be a household name. It already is. And basically, I really want people to understand exactly that you are a divine connection. Whether you are a mother or a father or entrepreneur, your connection is a solution to someone's problem. So we just use the platform just to share your good news. Whether it's gospel artists, authors, pastors, youth, positive things going on in the community, just know that you are a divine connection and we are here to make it happen.
Well, one of the reasons that we set up this network is for businesses just like yours. Businesses to get a chance to not only be in their local area, but to be all over the country. Yeah. You know, this network is going out to over 200 countries, and not to mention in the houses of many people who you do not know. And so, as I always say, it's always great when we get an opportunity to sit down and talk about Black business. The Black Business Network is something that is not a network where people are looking over your shoulder to tell you how to talk. You had your daughter in here. Mm-hmm. You know, 9 times out of 10 on any other network, people be all mad with you about your daughter. But what we want people to understand, that this is a network. I call it a reality business network. You don't know who you might get. You don't know what you might get. But one thing you do know you're going to get is Black people in business. And it's a network for entrepreneurs, for business owners, you know, not for corporations and companies. Now, corporations and companies can pay to be on the network, but it's basically for the mom and pop, the brother and sister, and the businesses all over the world. Want to thank you for being the host of this segment. You know how I do. I'm going to go ahead and take over and talk a little bit about our community and what I think that we should be doing in terms of Black businesses.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Eric Kelly, for what you're doing, and we'll see you on the other side.
And of course, as we get prepared to talk about business in America, we have to understand that the Black buying power is so important to what we need to look at. A lot of times when you begin to talk about the Black buying power, it's not coming from Black people. It's generally coming from other nationalities targeting Black people. And when you think about the $1 trillion a year that African Americans spend, or African Americans represent, somehow or another, we have to begin to not only cultivate, but we need to figure a way to bring those dollars into our neighborhoods. Now, when you think about the African American and you think about the dollar, you know, they say that the dollar travels in the Jewish community for months, and they say it travels in the Hispanic community for months. And then they say it travels in the African American community for 8 hours. And, you know, I thought about that for a moment, and I said, well, you know, there's something a little bit wrong with that. And when I say something was wrong with that, I'm looking at 9 times out of 10, it really doesn't travel in the African American community. One, because we don't know where African American businesses are in our communities, because we don't take the time out, or there's not enough advertising. But 2, 9 times out of 10, when you go to sleep on a Friday night and you wake up, that's 8 hours. You get up, you take your money, and you carry it out into other communities. So with the 48.8 million strong in buying power, we must figure a way to get that buying power back into our communities. It reminds me of a time in the 60s. In the 60s and the 70s, when segregation was going on, we spent more times in our communities. But our culture, after integration, decided that the ice was colder on the other side of the road. And so we began not looking at our communities for our resources. We looking across, as I said, the railroad track. And so now here we are, some 50 years later, and we still don't let our dollars circulate in our communities. And so what we're doing today is we have created a network. And our network here, what we do is we have Black owners come on the network, Black thought leaders, Black entrepreneurs, Black people come on and talk about their businesses. We've been on all week. This is Friday, and generally on Friday, I take a moment and talk to the audience. We've been on for 5 whole days. In these 5 days, it's only been Black people talking about Black things. And that's what you want to do with a Black ecosystem. And when you begin to talk about an ecosystem, you want to think about, what do you mean? And what we mean is we want to be able to communicate and stretch across the internet and stretch across this vast land and reach out to people and share ideas. You know, it used to be a time where if you had a telephone, the long distance calling would kill you. It used to be a time if you didn't have a car, traveling killed you. But the color of freedom is green. And what I mean by that, the color of freedom is money. So we have to begin as a group of people to think about that $1 trillion that's a real number, and think, how do we get a part of that $1 trillion? You know, Renee talked earlier, and he said, I want you to think that you are $1 billion business if you go into business. Well, I want to go a little step further. I want you to think about the smartphone for a moment. The iPhone 12 is about, as we know, 12 years old. So the world has changed in the last 12 years. When you think about the smartphone, you think about the internet, 2 things that have really changed our lives. And then you think about what you're doing right now. You're being reached from North Carolina. You've been reached from Chicago. You've been reached from Las Vegas. You've been reached from Singapore. We had a guy from Singapore on yesterday. You're being reached from London, England. So you have to begin to think about, how are you being reached? And if you look at what's going on, you'll notice that there are no more gatekeepers. There's nothing to hold you back from reaching out and sharing your products and services. And that's the difference now than in the 50s, 60s, 70s, or 80s. And I submit to many people that if, in fact, a young person had a smartphone right now, there is no reason that he can't be a business owner, an entrepreneur, a thought leader. Because without a gatekeeper, if he creates something, he can go right to market. And that's the difference in terms of what's going on. When you begin to think about $573 million that we spend on soap and bath needs. Listen to that, $573 million. So do we own a soap factory? Okay. It has also been said that, 52% of African Americans, they shop in stores and they relax. That's 52%. You got $1 trillion, you got 47.8 million, strong. What are we doing with our dollars? And those are the kinds of things that this network is set up for. It's set up for you to have the opportunity as a business owner to come on and share your thoughts. I have 2 guests that should be coming up, one by the name of Keith Hunter and the other by the name of Dr. Dennis Rogers. And we're going to talk a little bit about, where the black dollar is, how the black dollar is spent. We're going to talk a little bit and talk a little shop with each other. Hello, Dr. Rogers. How you doing this evening?
I'm very well. How about yourself?
Just doing fine. And of course, Keith Hunter, how you doing down there in Texas?
I'm doing good right now, Doctor. Let me talk before Dr. Rogers because he's so deep.
It all balances out, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Well, you know, it's always good to have people who have been on the network with us who have got new relationships by being on the network, because you guys didn't know each other before November when we did the first one, where we had about 30,000 people with some 7,000 likes. And I tell you, it kind of blew me away, because when I came up with this idea, a lot of people said, you know, everybody's zoomed out. It's not gonna work. You mean you're gonna do it from 8 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night? Nobody's gonna come. And I said, well, this is reality Black Business TV. I said, people are gonna come, because when you're zoomed out, that means that you've been watching what your bosses say to watch. You've been watching something that you really don't want to watch. And we've been able to do something that nobody else has done. I would say in the last eons.
And the whole thing is people binge watch all the time anyway, right? They binge watch Friends or these rerun television shows. Why not binge watch business and economics being discussed in detail?
Yes, sir. I wanted to say something about that iPhone idea, Doctor. If you understand money, the iPhone has unlimited opportunity. So that is money. And so that means there's no limit to it at all. Mm-hmm. So anything that you can possibly think about is already in your hand. Mm-hmm. It's no different than I told that when I spoke, the difference of today, 5G, they know about 5G being faster than a blink of an eye, but the creator have given you 6G. So that means you're better than 5G. So that's like that iPhone is unlimited. You're unlimited. Go ahead, sir.
And when you think about this is the thing that I want people to understand. You're able to reach across different classes when you're able to talk. When I say the South got something to say, the North got something to say, the West has something to say. And the beauty of what we've been able to do is we don't have to worry about somebody telling us what to say. You're getting free thoughts. You know, if you look at this whole COVID thing, we pivoted. We normally do an expo at the Marriott downtown. We do about 7,000 people. We do about 300 business owners. But this has allowed us to do 30,000 people. And I think what a lot of people don't understand is not so much that we're doing anything, is more that the community is doing something as a group.
There's a guy by the name of Derek Grace, and his website is Derek Grace 2. This guy made $11 million during the pandemic, and he made it leveraging his own intellectual property. And so intellectual property is the currency. And the question becomes, if you're a trapper, how many traps do you have out there that's turning your intellectual property into income? What are the relationships, which is a trap, that you can establish a business around in order to generate revenue? The Wakanda project was discussed last call. I introduced the ambassador to the person that went over and did the visits. And so it's the economy of relationship as well as the economy of using the iPhone effectively that's turning into capital. There's another name I want to drop. And there's a group of guys, 5 of them out of Atlanta. They've come together and they call themselves the Black World Order. BLACK worldorder.com. And these are guys that are operating in a different mindset, and they're generating millions of dollars using their phones and their social media.
Nice.
Now, when you begin to talk about the Black World Order, or you're talking about any organization that's looking after Black people, I have a couple of questions, and this is why I brought you guys on. The first question is, why is it so hard for Black people to join together and work together, in your estimation? And we'll start with you, Keith.
Yeah. Well, I was going to mention that if you didn't mention it.
Well, it looks like he got stuck.
It froze. I'll jump in.
Yeah, go ahead, Dennis.
I'll say the glass is half empty, half full. There's internalized oppression where we've taken on the mindset that's been placed within us with Willie Lynch and some of the other things. And then there is external inducement to move away from a relationship and to enter into another relationship. And I'll just give you a corporate hack. There's an organization, they're called the African American Board Leadership Initiative, AABLI. They work with people who are in corporate America to come to the top and to serve on the board of large white corporations. So there's a brain drain because of the inducements to bring business acumen to other corporations as opposed to work within the African American community. But a corporate hack, something that you can do, is look at people that have served, that may be retired now in corporate America, that have skill sets that you can adapt and get them to work with you as you build your small business.
Well, it looks like we got Keith back. Keith, go ahead and comment on what you was going to comment on.
Well, I was just saying, back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and how all the Black families and Black business came together and really helped each other out. And for some reason, from the 70s on, we haven't learned to do the same thing like other cultures. So like the pandemic, and they understand that, so they'll come back together as a family and live in the same household just to get their dollars straight, and then give one person the money to build their business, and then they get the interest from that and then build their business. And we just haven't learned for some reason to come together as Black people to be able to do that, to create our own culture.
Well, one of the things that people don't even talk about, where do our dollars go? What do we spend our money on? But more importantly, what do we invest in? Do we invest in stocks of foods and products that we spend our money on? Because when you sit back and you think about it, Black people spend 19 million on Quaker Oats. They spend another 11 million on Glory Greens. I'm glad they spend 11 million on Glory Greens, because that is a Black company. But I had to say it. Jay's Potato Chips, they spend another 2.7 million. We can continue to go down that line of where we spend our money, but the question begins, when do we start spending money on products that we make?
And I'm watching Master P. If you're watching him on YouTube and so forth, he's creating a forum where he does a review of Black created products. Now, Master P helped to come up with the wrap snacks. You may have eaten some potato chips with Master P on them, and they have the hot sauce on them, and different guys. He's come up with the oodles of noodles like products. So Master P is one of those people who is creating a forum for Black owned businesses to showcase their products. I know in wine country, there's a woman, she has a company called Black Vines. And what Black Vines do is they highlight African-American made owned alcoholic beverages. So there are pockets of it, but I think during COVID, there's an opportunity to read more, to come in contact with folks, and to figure out whether we can join their network or create a network similar to what they're doing.
Well, Master P's unwrapping these packages and bringing these Black companies together and then rating these companies is a phenomenon. And I think a lot of times what happens when we create these kinds of, I call them pockets of information, that information is not gathered in a way where people can find it. And that's what I think is so important in terms of not only the Black business ecosystem, but in terms of information. And that is what this network is all about. Dennis, you made a classic point. You started talking about something maybe some people out here have never heard about. Okay. That's what it's all about, because our information a lot of times is suppressed. You know, whenever there's something like a George Floyd, everybody knows it. But when somebody Black creates a product, a new product, we don't hear anything about it. There is really no network, and I'm not just talking about what we're doing, but there's really no news network that we can see that is a worldwide network that we support as Black people to make that happen. Of course, you got the GRIO network, and then you got the Black News Network. I think it's in Florida or it's in
Virginia, I believe. BCN, that one.
Yeah, BCN. But we don't have a network that allows us to gather the information that other cultures have. If you think about the Hispanic community, they got a whole network.
Univision.
Yeah, but when it comes to us, even though we know we got Radio One, we know we hear about BET, but when it comes to us having something that allows for that information to come across the table without somebody creating that information, it's something that we really need in the community.
I think
that's what you're trying to do here, Dr. Kelly. And you know, we have to first help people understand that information is not just for white folks. The same information that they can get, we can get. And we just have to learn how to come together and use our information. I mean, if you see all the beautiful people that you had on here, the business people, and talking about all these different things and the ecosystems and things that you never even heard before, right? So how do we create our own entity to come together to make that happen? Because there's no excuse for it anymore, right? The iPhone information, we don't have to go to a encyclopedia anymore, right? You can look up, if I look up anything on the internet, it'll give me 15,000 hits instantly. So we don't have an excuse anymore. So I think that Black folks got to stop making excuses and let's come on and go and be together. Because, you know, some of us aren't afraid to walk through those doors. One of the things that I try to do is every door I walk through, I try to leave the door open for the next Black person to be able to walk through. Now, I'll walk into any situation with white people and talk just like I normally talk. You know what I mean? I mean, I know how to speak their language. And that's one of the things that sometimes you have to learn to get in the door, to speak their language, right? But once you get in there, you find out that they're no different than we are. Someone once told me this, doctor, if you take all the successful people that you can think of and put them in a circle and take your bag and sit in the circle and everybody sit their bag in the circle and you find out the problems that they have, you'll hurry up and pick your bag back up.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to speak to the notion that we have information specialists across all fields imaginable. Go to any college or university, there's someone with a high-level degree that studied in that field of study. For so many university professors, them being able to transfer their knowledge into practical application, there's the gap. And so it's imperative that our business-minded people connect with the information flow and gather the information that's relevant to advancing their particular business. We know that Apple, all of these major companies invest millions of dollars in research and development. For so many of our scholars, we do research and development and we hand it over to those corporations instead of handing it over to our own institutions. And I'll just give you one example. Harvard University, only until recently, did a case study on two Black businesses. Two Black businesses in the history of Black business ownership they only wrote a case study on 2. And it wasn't until they brought a professor in, his name is Rogers. Now he specializes in writing case studies on Black businesses. What is a case study? It is a way business schools analyze businesses, their strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and assist them in getting ideas that will take their business to the next level. So once again, we have the skills. How are we deploying the skills and the intellect to accomplish business goals?
Well, when you begin to talk about just having the skills and begin to talk about the disconnect, you also have to look at people. And when I say people, I mean Black people who, instead of creating businesses, they go to get corporate jobs, and they get into the corporate jobs, and then that kills what I call the creative ideas of new businesses.
And a portion of that is going to happen, right? Out of 100% of a population, let's say those that are employed in corporate America make up 40%, just for numbers, 40%. And then let's say that there are those that work for the government, they make up another 40%. And so you have 20% balance that can work in the small business, Black business, corporate environment that we create. The question becomes, for those who decide to go corporate and who decide to be a part of an employee-owned stock option plan, when they get out of the corporate space, do they share that intellect with businesses that are emerging? That's where the brain drain happens, is when people leave the community, get theirs, and do not return and share it with others, in my opinion.
Right. I had a friend say to me one time, they worked for IBM, and you know how they have training and almost like AT&T, and they have information way before anybody else have it. And then soon their job was over and they was going to get out of the business. They said, I don't know what I'm going to do now. I go, what? All of that information since you've been with the company that you got from the company, you don't know what to do with that information. And that's that missing part that you're talking about. And just like in marketing, you hear people talk about marketing, and once people get in marketing, they just satisfied with what they're doing instead of being ahead of the curve, right? Being ahead of the curve makes you a different person when it comes to marketing. And if your company is helping your clients with being ahead of the curve, always, almost like Nike is always ahead of all the other companies. So the same thing when it comes to you and marketing, you got to be ahead of the curve.
And a big reason Nike is always ahead of the curve, there was once when they went to middle schools and they got the cool kids, and they put the cool kids in their room, and they said, what are you doing with your shoes? And the cool kids would take their shoes off and say, here's what I'm doing. And Nike said, well, why don't we make some shoes like yours, and you tell us what you think? They're doing research and development in order to come up with new product. But it's the business structure. So take a gentleman, another name I'll drop, Norman Jenkins. Look him up. Norman Jenkins was a senior executive vice president for Marriott Hotels in Bethesda, Maryland. Marriott came up with an initiative that Norman basically architected, and that was put 500 hotels in African Americans' hands. Norman Jenkins then went from being an executive for Marriott to wanting to be a hotel owner. And as a result, he owns the biggest Marriott hotel, the biggest hotel in Washington, D.C., and he's helped facilitate the hotel ownership of others. So there are examples of people that utilize the corporate space as a learning ground and then come back within the community and aid others in benefiting from their knowledge.
Well, when we begin to talk about these issues, many times you don't have the opportunity to even talk about it. Dr. Dennis Rogers, I'm always smiling when we get you on, because you are like an encyclopedia. And sometimes you begin to teach, and it's just always, and I always smile because we need more people or more individuals in our community who can actually teach and do know the knowledge. But what happens in our community a lot of times, because we're having several different events at the same time. You know, we got the Black Entrepreneurship Week this week. We have the Black Month this week, but we don't have this, again, ecosystem that really looks at all of what we do and join all of what we do. I know we're doing this for only a quarter. We're doing it for 4 quarters. And I contend that I would love to see us be able to coordinate it where we can do it every day. And when you start talking about that $1 trillion, you know, and I say the color of freedom is green, I really mean that. Doing it every day is something that egos have to be torn apart. And that's been something in the African American community that keeps all of us from doing great things.
Well, Doctor, I think when you talk about that, what you're really talking about is really how to build a championship culture. See, then that's one of the things that we don't talk about, right? So we're talking about culture ship, right? It's no longer about engagement. It's about transformation, right? So that's what you're talking about. And I think that that's where a lot of the kids are missing about understanding how to build a championship culture.
And Hunter, you said something with that. I want to speak on that, but you are on bullseye. Please continue.
Yes, sir. So the question of how to build a championship culture in business is how can you raise the business standard and get people collectively to buy in, right? One, and then how do you transform a culture entitlement to a culture of ownership and accountability? You feel me? So I think that when I hear all these people talking, Doc, and they're giving them a little bit here and there, but if someone or the television station that you want to do starts from the beginning of how to build it, right? Because I keep hearing, I heard a couple of people give the how, right? And a lot of people are giving the why, but the kids are asking, yeah, doctor, you told me I know how, you told me I was good, I was smart enough, but now how do I get that done? So, you know,
when I think of championship culture, I mean, I think you're hitting it bullseye, Brother Hunter, because when you look at the NBA, the NFL, all of these major leagues, and you look at the team that's won the most championships, right? So the MVP in the NBA is named after Bill Russell. That's because Bill Russell won 13 rings. Bill Russell knows something about being a champion, right? Sure. And when you go to the NFL and you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers, they won 6 rings as an organization. So when you talk about championship culture, just unpack that a little more for us. Is the championship culture laid out in the mission statement of the business, in the vision statement of the business?
Yes.
Is it at the point of leadership that championship is established, or does it run throughout the entire organization?
Yeah. Well, one of my next big talk was going to be on 2 things, right? My next 2 talks. One is how to build a championship culture.
Okay.
And the other one is accountability through shared adversity. And that's what so a lot of people haven't even heard that before. Accountability through shared adversity, right? So now if I'm the leader of the company, I can no longer point my finger at you, right? Because it's accountability of shared adversity. So if I'm the leader, I'm really going to take the responsibility, even though it was you who messed up. But I'm not going to say it was you. It was us, right? So there's no pointing fingers once you understand accountability through shared adversity, right? So if everybody gets that mindset and have the buy-in system, understand the buy-in system, then we can conquer anything that we want to conquer.
Yes.
Well, when you look at what we're embarking on, which is to create a situation where people can actually, come on and talk about their business and talk about their services and at least begin to say that there's somewhere you can go to do it. You know, I think that's what's critical. You know, when you begin to talk about a championship culture and you know, we talk about it all the time, Dennis, and of course, you know, if we talk about it all the time, you know, you can't win if you don't prepare. You can't win if you don't plan. You can't, you know, we talk about, you know, the greatest athletes of all time, and a lot of people want to always throw up everybody's name and push Michael Jordan aside and say Michael is not the greatest of all times. But when you look at what he did, not only on the basketball court, but across different levels, across the tennis shoes, the apparel, and to become $1 billion athlete, something we've never seen, then that's what you call championship. But us as a people have to begin to look at how do we recreate that kind of situation as we look at going to the next level.
And let me speak to that just a little bit, right? So we know that we have military veterans in our community. And we know that each of the branches of the military, I'm just going to talk about the Marines, that they have a value system that's reinforced. And that if you are a Marine, then you have embodied this value system, and it goes with you everywhere you go. Once a Marine, always a Marine. And then when we look at any sports team, it's not just that they have a championship team on the floor. Do they have a championship-minded front office? Is the general manager and the coaching staff championship-minded, right? So it's a culture for the entire organization that allows them to continue to win year after year after year. And I think by pulling this type of process together that you're doing, you're creating the foundation, the platform to put the various business entities we have on the table to be a part of this championship culture that we seek to develop.
Right. Well, you know, we want to give out scholarship to these kids. You know, I keep saying if we could get 1,000 organizations to give out 10 scholarships, that's 10,000 kids, and that's enough to change really the world. People don't understand. You know, I talk about Earth, Wind, and Fire and Parliament Funkadelic, and I talk about they only had a 10-year run. We think about them, and we think about 20 years down the road, 30 years down the road. Both of those groups only had a 10-year run. Ray Charles had a 10-year run. Stevie Wonder had a 10.
Wait a minute now. They're still playing their music. What you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about? Right.
Wasn't still getting royalty checks. What you talking about?
I'm talking about their
He's
career.
a little behind, Doc. He's a little behind.
I am talking about their careers. I'm not talking about their music.
You're saying Stevie Wonder's career is over?
Think
Man,
come on into that.
Come on,
Think
man.
about it now. Hold on. His last album was Songs in the Key of Life.
He is still touring off of that.
That's fine.
He is still getting royalty checks off of that.
Fine. That's
People are
fine.
still sampling his music.
That's fine. But his career, I'm not talking about what he got after the fact. I'm talking about his career.
I'm trying to see what you see. I don't see.
My point is this. A lot of times when we think about business and we think about companies, we think about those businesses, you know, 50 years. No company or corporation is going to go 50 years. You know, look at Amazon. No, look, I'm not talking about.
I'm listening to you. I'm listening.
I'm not talking about the things after the business. I am talking about the career, the building of that business. I'm not talking about what happens after you get it built. You look at Earth, Wind, and Fire. Go through all their albums, count their albums. And at the end of the day, the height of their albums when they were at their highest was at that 10-year peak. And what I'm saying today, when you look at this network, and we're just starting out doing this, when you look at our kids today, and you start talking about giving those kids an opportunity to do business or giving those kids an opportunity to be entrepreneurs, I'm still looking at that 10-year peak to get these kids to change our culture, because our culture, if you look at our culture, we're so far behind.
Yes, doctor. But I mean, I think again, what you're doing here is creating that. I know it may not be coming fast enough, but it's coming, right? Because to me, out of the 5 senses, the most important one is taste, right? I got to taste it, right? Before I can own it, before I know it's going to materialize, right? Mm-hmm. So those corporations that are just keep looking at what you're doing, right? It's going to come, that taste is going to come, and they're going to jump on board, right? So the key is when they come, we got to be ready, correct? And so when I'm talking about a championship culture, when I go to talk about a championship culture, I'm also talking to businesses about how elite programs stay elite. And I believe the businesses are missing what the elite programs are doing. And just like, you know, people might think in business, you can't watch film like you do in football, right? But that's not necessarily true. So look at some of the things that the elite programs do by day. One, by having the first thing they have is 5 core values, mm-hmm. right? Mm-hmm. And they don't come off their core values ever, right? And then all the other things and then the whole thing that makes them successful that people don't understand, that I told you a little earlier, is accountability through shared adversity. That's what makes them good. Once you understand that and you can taste it, the success comes so hard after it ain't even funny.
Let me tell you something.
Go ahead, brother.
Man, I'm so excited about meeting you and what you're saying right now.
I'm trying to be as strong as you.
You got it. You got it. There's an organization. I'm not going to say their name because I'd rather promote you and what you're doing. There's an organization that the Alabama that won a national championship?
Yes.
They go to. And since they've been dealing with that organization, they won something like 7 or 9 championships. So what you're saying is facts. I just want to throw this into what our discussion is today. So yes, we as a community, we have $3.9 trillion in buying power. The Latino community has $1.5 trillion in buying power. The larger U.S. community has $18 trillion in buying power. Nothing prevents us from taking our boats into the deep water and going after resources that comes from everyone. There's a toilet paper company. It's called Freedom Toilet Paper. Black folks make toilet paper. You hear me?
Freedom.
And so Freedom Toilet Paper, any and every product, good, or service imaginable, and some we haven't even thought of, like the guy that created the water gun that everybody's talking about that made all that money. Be creative, protect our intellectual property, figure out how we can work together with our professionals, and let's take our products, goods, and services to the world, not just to the U.S. economy, but to the world economy, just like Brother Hunter said, using that phone.
Well, the other thing, Doctor, that we don't understand is that if we are $1 trillion, that means we could shut down the economy if we chose to.
Yes.
So that's why it's so important for us to come together, because then we can have the majority of that piece of that pie.
Well, I think the abstract part of what's going on this evening is you have different thoughts, and it's hard to get brothers to get in a room to have different thoughts and get along. And yes, it is. Yes, it is, Dennis.
Okay, yes. This is my life. This is how I spend my time. I'm listening to you.
Yeah. So it's so hard to get different brothers to get in a room and really talk about these issues. One of the reasons that I'm doing this network is so that we can get different ideas and get different thoughts in a room and begin to talk about these kind of issues. Dennis is one of the people that I depend on, you know, when it comes to, you know, educating people on the information about us as his newly released book coming up. I'm still pushing on. We must begin to not only applaud people like Dennis and yourself
and each other. Right.
We got to begin to get the information out, because while I sit here and live on my island and Dennis lives on his island and you live on your island, we got to figure a way to get these islands to come together. And that's why the network that I am pushing, I think is important, but I'm not pushing it to say that it's my network. If we can get many Black folk to do what we're doing, okay, because we're doing it in our community. If we can get many Black people to do what we're doing and get more people to do what we're doing, then it elevates all of us, not only as a people, but as people who can earn some money, because that's really what it's all about. I know it's almost time to wrap up. Dennis, talk about your book. Talk a little bit about, I got to get you to do it.
I know you do, but I'm going to pass the baton to Brother Hunter, because
I got a book coming out too. I got a book on the show.
Talk about your book
coming.
Yeah, let's talk about it. What you got coming, Brother Hunter?
Okay, well, my book is called Vulnerable Measures, and it's about athletics. And the first one is for the guys. And then I got a second one coming, Shifting with Grace, for the women. And that book is going to be hot because it talks about the women in athletics, after playing athletics, why they so successful in business after learning from athletics, the women. And their success rate is so high, it's unbelievable. And so that's what I'm talking about in the second book. The first book is about, principles, about code of honor, just helping parents understand that college football is a business, and how to help the athlete and the parents navigate through athletics and understand what they're looking for, what type of athlete they're looking for, what type of grade point average you need to have, and all of those type of things. So I'm giving them the how. I'm giving them the answer, not just all of these scenarios.
Right.
So
excellent.
That's what it's about.
Well, of course, we want to congratulate you on both of those books, and we'll have you here anytime that you want to be here. And sooner or later, we're going to get the good doctor down there. We're going to get him to talk about his books, because he's got more than a wealth of information in his head, and he be holding back on all the people, but I can't let him hold back forever. Dennis, as we get ready to get out of here, talk a little bit about what you see as the biggest challenge in the African American community as it relates to money.
I'm going to say that if you look at where our wealth resides, right? Our wealth really resides in the people. And as we invest in ourselves, invest our money that comes out of our home ownership, our equity, the insurance plans that we have, as we invest that, not so much in buying clothes and things of that nature, but we invest in our youth and our children, and we create the spaces that they need to have the principles we talked about and the access to business acumen that they can grow, that 10-year window you talked about. In my opinion, I really think that we do a lot of things with our money, but the number one thing we can do with our money is invest in ourselves. And by that, we can break that down a lot of different ways. But as we invest in our young people, seriously, invest in their cultivation and their development. And that means time, talent, and treasure.
That's right.
Every one of us know multiple young people. We have children, we have nieces and nephews, we know people in our community, etc. When we spend time having a quality conversation with the child as if they were an adult, it registers. Even if the child doesn't understand what we're talking about, Brother Hunter, Mr. Hunter took time with me. And he sat down and he talked to me. He looked me in my eye and he said in so many words, I'm worth it. I'm worth time. I'm valuable. And based on him communicating with me, I now must do something with that investment of time. So in my opinion, we need to invest in each other and invest in our children and our youth particularly.
I like to say something on that. I like to say something on that. Value, right? Our people need to first understand that credit and cash together is king. Credit and cash, right?
Right.
So let me tell you what white folks do. Okay, white folks don't ever use their own money. They use their money that's on paper only. So if all of my assets is on paper, right, and I'm worth a certain amount, we need to understand that now I can negotiate that interest rate if I have cash and credit. You got to understand that, right? I went in the bank one time and I said to the manager, I want the same type of loan that you give your friends. And he started laughing. So what are you talking about? Right? So at the time I was asking for 10 grand. If he gave me 10 grand with a regular rate, I would have paid, I would have had to pay $400 a month. But once I asked him for the same loan that he give his friends, that was an interest only loan. And that loan only cost me $100 a month. I took the 10 grand and made another 10 grand off of the 10 grand and gave him his 10 grand back and borrowed it right back. So, and then I was sitting there, and this is what tell you about paper. His phone rings and the Vegas called, and one of his customers was at Vegas and he ran out of money. He said, is he worth it? Is he worth the 100,000 that he's asking or 50,000 he asked for? And he just said, yes. He ain't sent him nothing. He didn't do anything. So I go, wow. So that's how that works. If you got it on paper, then I can just show you it on paper. I don't ever have to go into my bank, give you anything. And if we understand that and understand that's what they mean, Dr. About understanding the game. That's the game.
And to support that, the name drop, there's a guy on Instagram. His name is Him, HIM 500. He's out of Atlanta. He's teaching people the credit game at very high levels. And so what you share with us, Brother Hunter, I'm only throwing his name out there to say amen to what you're saying, that cash and now. So if we're talking hard economics, where do when we put our money in the Black church, we are operating as cooperative economic players. Everyone, $1, $20, $50, put their money in the hat, and then the church administrates the money. If we did that outside of the church environment, what does that look like?
Yes, that's that. Now that is exactly right. You know, that is exactly right. Well, guys, it looks like we got about 5 minutes. Dennis, how can people reach you? In terms of taking some classes, first of all, and Keith, how can people reach you also? As you've been speaking around the country, you did your TED Talk, and a lot of people know you from the TED Talk piece that you did, How to Win the Day, where you do talk about the championship relationship in
I'll defer to Brother Hunter. Brother Hunter, how do we reach you?
Well, on my website is kghenterprises.com, right? That's the best way to get me. And then all my information and all my videos and how to contact me or have me come and speak is on there, and also on LinkedIn. Before we finish, Doctor, I always like to finish with the affirmation.
Yes.
And that is real short. Today is always here.
Today is always here.
Always here. Yesterday is gone, and tomorrow never comes. Time offers opportunity, but demands a sense of urgency. Now is the time. This is the place, and you are the one. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Brother Eric.
Wait a minute, Brother Eric. Come on, brother. This is my telecast. Go ahead and give
Listen, man. The best way to reach me is through the Black Business Network. If you really are trying to reach me through Mr. Eric Kelly. And if you really want to talk shop, we can talk shop.
Well, we need to talk shop, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I look forward to it, Brother Hunter.
Yes, sir.
You know, when you're friends, it's hard to get online together because there are some undercurrents that's going on. And people out there say, these guys are crazy.
They're laughing a lot. What's really happening around here?
One guy won't give us no information.
Inside baseball, baby. That's all inside baseball.
Listen, we got to know the information we know, Dr. Kelly, because you always open.
That's right.
He's always open.
Well, that's what it's all about. I say this all the time. We need a space and a place where we can be who we are.
Yes.
When you go in the barbershop, everybody's who they are. So we need a space like that, and that's what this is all about. Dennis, talk a little bit about the scholarships, why we do the scholarships, and for those who don't know, Dennis works with the Black Business Expo. He's one of our chief guys. He's vice president in charge of a lot of our strategic things that we do. He sets up all of our companies and he works with our corporations. That's why we're over here laughing, because we got an inside joke going.
We got a lot going on. Hey, listen, when I went to NC State, I paid out of pocket. I graduated with 0 student debt. When I went to Howard University, I earned scholarships. And I paid my way through school on scholarships. Mm-hmm. The bottom line is for our students, whether they understand how to obtain scholarships or not, this becomes one of many. It sets a vibration, a tone. Let me tell everyone watching this on scholarships, once your child gets in college and they get a 4.0 the first semester and they begin applying for scholarships after the first semester on record, just like Brother Hunter said, their credit is excellent. They have 4.0 credit. They can snowball that in the scholarships all the way through. But that first scholarship coming out of the Black Business Network is so crucial because we know schools are costly. Students graduate with all this student loan, and that debt burdens them from being who they really are supposed to be. So the Black Business Network came up with the concept of raising funds to provide scholarships to students along with a computer, so it gives them an early head start, an early jump in their collegiate career.
Well, guys, it's 7 o'clock. We're going to bring Dolores back. Again, guys, I want to thank y'all for coming in. Had a wonderful time. I always like to hear, different statements, different things. But I want people out there to understand one thing. The Black Business Expo, reason that we do it is to raise scholarships for kids. That's the only reason that we do it. We give out 10 each year. We give the scholarships to kids who are going into art, who's going into management, that are going into marketing, advertising, and then we give scholarships out for entrepreneurships. We've been doing it for over 30 years, and now we're in a space where we had to pivot to do events like this. People say it's the Black Business Expo. I say it's the Black Business Network. Join us. Go to our website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. But more importantly, whether you do something with us or not, do something with somebody's kid. Find a young man and a young lady and talk to them, because they are our future. That's not going to change. They are our future. And we must begin to build our young people to do great things. Dolores, where you at? We had a great time.
All right, thank you, sir.
Great day.
Thank you, Brother Hunter. We'll be in touch.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Keith and Mr. Dennis, you guys are awesome. So we look forward to seeing you again. We look forward to seeing you on the other side. Stay tuned. Have a great day, you guys. We'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Great day, everyone. This is your host, Dolores Williams with Divine Connections. And today we're going to introduce our guest, Mr. Thomas Wilson. And he is going to share with us about the how, the finances, and the money management. So go ahead and bring him on. We look forward to connecting with you.
Hello. How you doing out there?
Doing well. Great day. Hope all is well, and we'll see you on the other side.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for introducing me. Dolores, are you able to let everybody else in that's in my group? Hey, Ben, how you doing? You got to come off mute. Ben, you got to come off mute.
Oh, I'm on mute.
Oh, yeah, you was on mute. So we got Mr. Benjamin Guy, Mr. Archie Wilson. Mr. Archie, if you can. Is Mr. Vonzel there as well? Archie, come off mute. Okay, Mr. Fraser.
Yes, sir. We're in the building.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
Ladies and gentlemen, first thing we want to say thank you for having us on this platform. Mr. Kelly, you're doing something fantastic here with the scholarship for the kids. The key thing that we want to focus on, I'm one of the members of MVP, Mogul Vision Partnership, and we focus on business mastery. So today we're really going to talk about the ecosystem of business and how we can take ourselves to the next level and kind of dive into things that most people don't think about as they go into business. You know, we always want to start a business and we say, hey, you know, this is what we want to do, but we don't plan it out. We don't come to the table with the end in mind and really have a strategy behind it, really understand the marketing plan, really understand the capital that's needed, the business model, the relationship that's needed as well, and the distribution channels and markets. We also want to look at the products and services that we offer in addition to the process, the procedures, you know, and how you're going to scale that. What's your system? And most important, your mindset. What's your mindset when it comes to success? Do you really feel like you can do it? Or you focus on working on 8 to 5? Well, most people understand that if you only focus on working from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., you're probably not going to have the wherewithal to last, to survive as being a business owner. The key mistake a lot of us make is we try to do everything by ourselves, not realizing that success is a team sport. You know, that's why I feel it's very important for me to bring my team on the line with everybody in order for us to express how we come together to create a successful business model, business practice, and really try to show the world how to take it to the next level. So I know I was introduced at the beginning. I'll let Mr. Archie Wilson introduce himself so he can tell you his background as we start diving into the more deeper details of what you need to really scale your business.
I'm focused on the technology aspect of things and the development of infrastructure and smart cities. That's what I do. Presently, my experience background is working on huge construction sites. Presently, I work on the largest project in the world, which is a $500 billion project in Saudi Arabia called NEOM. Thank you.
Mr. Benjamin Guy. Is he having a connection problem? I can't see him on my end. Mr. Rodney Frazier.
Yes, my name is Olufemi Rodney Frazier. My primary is hospitality and agriculture. I've worked in several programs all around the country and also international wise. You have to mind me. I got the little one hanging out with me today. So international wise, he wants to be a part of the mobile conversation. So I've got to work with him. Like I said, my name is Chef Olufemi Rodney Frazier. I'm a part of the mogul group that's Mr. Thomas Wilson, Archie, and Ben is involved in. My main primary is hospitality and agriculture. Pretty much, I literally focus on the ecosystem, the transportation of food from the farmer all the way to the consumer. And that's pretty much how to utilize your business and your business mindset to scale what you're doing, even during the pandemic. And also using the resources around you, not get yourself put down on the local news in your area, your community, and just kind of merging yourself around with people all around the country that have the same interest or better interest to grow or duplicate your business on a national, a nation and a national level.
Okay, Mr. Benjamin Guy.
Yes, how you doing? I apologize about the technical difficulties. You know how it is in this new generation of things. So I apologize to all the listeners at all. Once again, my name is Benjamin Guy. I'm based in the Northeast region. Right now, I sit currently in New Jersey. This is where I actually house my businesses at all. I am based. I've been a long-time resident in New Jersey, but I also have a lot of family members down in the Mid-Atlantic region. And pretty much my operation in Mogul Vision is really around real estate. I focus on the aspects of how we legacy build with our partners in a business of real estate, and actually legacy plan of land development, real estate developments, architectural plans, and actually funding and financing of creative funding and financing ways to actually do real estate endeavors. So that is where I fit in the equation with Mogul Vision Partnerships. Thomas and myself have known each other extended period of time frame, and we look to help the community in the best way we can to actually move forward. So back to you, Thomas.
Thank you. Well, what we want to do, we want to take a look at just a couple of reasons why most businesses fail. And we sit at home and wonder, okay, why are we losing out to the competition? Are we not selling enough? We're failing to strategize. We're looking at the volatility in the market, and we're wondering, what do we need to do to actually be successful? Well, let's dial that picture back for a sec. I want you to think about your initial thought when you want to open that business. I want you to picture the business being successful. Let's look 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line. What relationships have you garnered? What level have you achieved? What products have you developed that you can couple with a service? What joint ventures have you created? What are your multiple streams of income coming in? And how many lives did you say you wanted to impact? These are all the things that we must consider as we go into business mastery. So I want to dial it back a little bit and say, let's start with your marketing. Now, most people deal with the tactical side of the marketing, but I want to talk about the relationship side of the marketing, because we don't focus long enough on the right process and procedures and creating that funnel from end to end on how we take our business to the next level. First thing you have to do if you're ever going to be successful in business is you have to put together your team. What are your weaknesses and what are your strengths? You want to hire your weakness. You want to put people around you that are smarter than you. You don't want to be the smartest person in the room. So you want to form a team within your industry, but then you want to look outside of your industry when it comes to marketing, because you want to find out what other industries are doing to be successful. And then you want to look at the partnerships, the joint ventures that you're creating and say, okay, how can I develop a product with this other company and we bring it together and scale it? Because I have a client base that they don't have. They have a client base I don't have. And instead of us selling our packages separately, our services separately, what would happen if we package that together? I want you to think about that. You just created a new product. And you're both able to leverage each other clientele in order to add more features to your business. You see, the biggest part of being successful is the critical thinking. Most of us don't want to do the critical thinking. We want to jump in head first, and we listen to the old saying that do it by your bootstrap. But they're lying to you. See, I deal with the Fortune 500 companies every day. I deal with some of the most successful people in the world. 90% of the Fortune 500 companies collaborate daily. They come together, create products, and they co-brand it, or somebody takes the front position, front lead, but they still create a revenue because the margins are there in order for them to share that product and share the growth of it. The key thing that's stopping us from getting to that level is we've been fooled into doing it ourselves. And because of that mentality of do it yourself, that's why it's taking you so long to grow. But if you really would take some time and research your industry and understand the metrics, be tactical about it, create the strategy, and then surround it with the business model, you will see exponential growth. I want you to think about something. Let's take a look at your business. If you had 3 different areas and they each grew by 10%. Let's say your clientele grew by 10%. Let's say the average dollar per sale grew by 10%. What if you had a product that they could repurchase and that grew by 10% as well? And this happened year over year. Well, the first year, you didn't get a 10% increase, you got a 30% increase. And if you can duplicate that process the following year, you just got another 30% increase. So in 2 years, you've increased what your normal activity is by 60% because you really took the time to learn your current client, learn their behavior, and grew inside out, as opposed to shotgun approach of trying to get everybody, when it's better to sit and take a look at the people who've already said, I know, like, and trust your brand, product, or service, understanding that for each long-term client you create, you add 2 to that. Each client is going to bring you at least 2 additional clients if you focus on a long-term objective as opposed to transactional. Ben, what do you think about that?
Actually, not look at just look at one stream of income. That's the diversity is the key indicator for anything that goes on the market. That's the reason why for us, when we look at the stock market, we look at anything else, we just don't understand how people perform. That's the key indication of how you grow. And one thing is that if you have one product, you only be able to grow off one product. But like I said, if you have 7 products, you don't need to have 100% growth of every product to actually be stable off of. And that's anything in business. That whether or not that's real estate, whether or not it's a supermarket, whether or not it's a farmer, that's anything that you actually do. That's any industry. That's the way diversity works. But we're never taught that. We're talking about hustle hard, do one thing, and be an expert in one thing, and not understand diversification. So there's a great point as far as what you were doing. But you can also give Mr. Sawyer's opinion on what he might feel about that also.
Okay, Mr. Sawyer, were you able to hear the last question I put out there?
Just recap it real quick.
Now, what I'm going to do, the first thing, if you can't introduce yourself, please. This is an honor to have Mr. Sawyer on the call with us.
All right, I'm on the board of directors of MVP, which is Mogul Vision Partnership, and my specialty is that I do leadership coaching, executive coaching, and business coaching. Business coaching being the highest part of that. And what I really do for people is I do one thing. I wait till they play chess in business, and I lean over their shoulder and whisper in their ear the moves they're not making that they just can't see at that time. So that's really what I do for people. I allow them to cheat legally.
Got you. So, Mr. Soy, when you think about business mastery, and we want to focus on how people can get past all those hurdles and really start with the end in mind, what's the number one thing you would say to our audience?
Well, one thing, I mean, you brought it up. When you're starting with the end in mind, in my opinion, you should always start with something that's much bigger than what you think you can do in the first place. One of the things you should not do is do anything that doesn't try your actual ability and effort to do more. And that way you're always reaching for better, you're reaching for more, because most times the truth is you're not going to do as well as you could do possibly in a year, but in 2 to 3 years, you'll do a lot better because of that first year. And the only way that happens is because you shoot further down. And when you talk about different streams of income, I'm a big fan of different streams of income, but I'm a fan of one stream of income that actually fractions into other streams of income based on the initial one. Now, one of those can become the anchor tenant later, but initially you have to have something that starts the ball rolling in 2 spots, transactional and equity. If there isn't equity involved too, you have no long-term project. If transactional is the only thing you have, you're going to be beating yourself up over time trying to figure out how to pay the bills. So you need a piece of that together. And I think that's something I learned from you, Thomas. I think that was, yeah.
Well, I tell you what, since you answered that so eloquently, let me ask you guys this, since anybody can chime in with this. What do you say to people that still think they got to do it themselves, by themselves?
Archie, you should have jumped in on this one first. But let's say in this AI generation, this just not the way. That's just not the way people function right now. It's just if you find the right team, find a good system, you don't have to do everything yourself. It's you pretty much going automation after that.
I completely agree.
Yeah, I've been that.
The massive project that you're working on in Saudi Arabia, $500 billion project. Could you do that by yourself?
That would be literally impossible, at least for the next 100 years.
So let's do this, right? Walk people through what it takes to run a massive project like that and your thought process on how you go about it.
So let's look at a master project. We call it Giga projects. The way we do Giga projects is very simple. The first aspect of the project is to define clearly the concept. Most people do not understand defining these kind of projects. They just talk about it. But a project is usually a part of a bigger vision, a bigger defined vision, which is a projection for a nation or for a company or for a group of people. Then within that vision, we define strategies for every aspect of that vision on how it needs to be implemented. And when we go through the vision of defining that, we find out, okay, we're looking at, an example would be, I'm looking at AI capability to control cars, autonomous vehicle, light control, AI machine learning languages for what we call cognitive predictive analysis of cities. We put all of that together, then we move into the next phase. After we come from strategy, we go into what become the master planning, conceptual master planning, to see what it should look like when it's executed. And then we visualize that and say, this is what it should look like. Once we agree on what we want it to look like, then we'll go into what will become then detailed master planning, which tell us what it should actually look like. Does it look like that vision from the conceptual master planning that we've done? And the master planning goes across all things, right? We're talking about infrastructure, water, power, electricity, data centers, telecommunication, roads, airports, everything included, right? So it's building of a whole nation. And we'll go into that intricate detail of how do all of these sectors tie together, right? And then once we know how they tie together, and how they come together in the detailed master plan. Then we'll go to what will become now. After we've looked at it, what aspect of it will hold it together to ensure that we can see all aspects of it. And this is what we introduce the idea and the concept of smart city or predictive cities that actually tie all of the industries, all of the sectors, and all of the government agencies together to provide services to visitors, residents, and citizens. And this is what will become now the new type of city that don't exist in the world, which is cognitive city, on how to predictively know what to do. I'll give you an example. A full journey of a visitor going to a resort. From the day the visitor get on the plane and land in the kingdom or in the particular area of visit, he sees himself. He doesn't have to go to an airport to sign up. He can scan his fingerprint, do facial recognition, get his visa, get to the airport, scan his fingerprint, scan his passport, facial recognition. He get out and a taxi is waiting for him there on the front of his vehicle, pick him up, take him exactly to where he needs to go. He's already checked in. By the time he walks into the hotel already recognizes him and tells him from his phone immediately where he needs to go, which is his room, how he needs to get in. He goes in, he takes the barcode from his phone and scans it to the door. He's already in. He doesn't need to talk to anybody. That's an end-to-end journey of what will become part of the cognitive city. So this is just an example of how we tie things together. And then we start to look at predictive analysis on how do we manage the city? How do we manage a country? We manage it by having access to everything and predicting what will break before it breaks. By predicting all of the analytics pieces of what will happen before it happens. If we have to overload on the system, how do we deal with it? How do we distribute people to ensure that we're using all aspects of it? And all of this then ties into what will become then the main core value of it, which is the educational aspect of it. Job training, vocational training, AI training, all of the pieces that we are lacking. I can tell you right now we have about 3 million vacancies in cybersecurity. We have at least about 1.7 million in big data and AI analytics. So all of these pieces then become part of the core curriculum of the universities, high school, to train people on how to belong to a city. And so when we look at these things, we come from not only from the vision all the way down to the training and to protect people into the future immediately through education. And then we tie all of that together. This is just a journey through the process of how we develop bigger projects.
Okay. So I tell you what, let's walk this path in. We'll go through 9 different layers of making sure that your business is successful. For one thing, we started with the mindset. You have to believe that you can do it. Everything starts with your mindset. Once you understand that vision that he's talking about, is having that big vision, then what that does, it kind of controls you, because it stops you from going outside the box as far as being distracted from your ultimate goal. And you need that discipline. That vision becomes everything that creates the structure around you achieving that goal. But then we want to go to the next thing. Everybody thinks capital. I've got to have money to start. So we're going to erase that right now. Let's take that totally out the picture, that you need money to get started. What you need is relationships. So with that said, I'm going to go to Mr. Benjamin Guy. You step in, take it from there, because we're going to walk this down. I promise you, before you leave today, we're not only going to change your mindset, but we're going to give you a step-by-step process on how to achieve this.
Yep. So one of the things that a lot of people don't understand out of this whole business is that one of the things you don't understand is who you have already in life that's around you. A lot of times your biggest resources and your biggest pool is usually the people that's probably around you or next to you. Sometimes when you start a business, your champions is going to be the people that actually might seed fund you. I take for example, one of the biggest things that we always talk about in the news media is Donald Trump. Right? We talk about him. That's not probably a heinous thing that we talk about, but we got to look at it from his business side of it. His seed capital came from his from his father, from actually starting out his business and from an idea and a concept for him to actually get done. And one of the things is that you're looking at the resources that his father had to actually grow his business, because he didn't do nothing for his business. He had an idea, concept, and everything else. He used his resources based on who his relationships were from his family and everything else to actually move into that realm. And if you look at anybody else, even if we go into the Jackson family and everything else that go back in the 70s and 80s, you look at how they had relationships in the beginning because they built all the things based on their personal family relationships that they built out of. The Jackson family made all their money and all their resources based on the relationships Michael had because of how he proved himself to be and actually what he did. And then they grew into something else as they moved along. And then now their family's taken care of for life. The main thing is when you're doing anything in business is about maintaining your name, maintaining your legacy, and maintaining the people that are around you. Because once your credibility carries, then the relationships will follow, and people will follow good people that do good business. And that's really what the objective is. If you can stabilize who you are and the relationships you have, and then you maintain those relationships, they will grow because as you're getting better, your relationships are getting better. So if you have a good friends that are doctors, you have good friends that are lawyers, you have good friends that are engineers, those relationship capital carries you so that you can get to the credibility of actually getting the accreditation, and the capital will follow you to actually do what you need to do going forward at all. So those are the type of things that, again, that's the reason why college was always a big success back in the 80s and 90s, because when people went to college in the 80s and 90s, it was about who they met in college. The biggest companies you see on life in America and even the globe all started off with relationships with people that had just like-minded approaches when they when they was in educational facilities like Microsoft, whether or not it was Apple or anything else. These people was just based on relationships. They had a concept, idea, committed to it, and they seen it through, because that's what's really going to carry you through the hard times when the money gets short. And the relationships is the big thing.
Okay, so let's just make a quick recap. We got mindset, we got power team. Now I want to go to the business model. Mr. Voncel, if you can, talk to them about the business model and how they need to approach that.
Well, there's a lot of business models out there that different ones can see. I mean, just to think of some that are unbelievable. You have a e-commerce model, which is an online model of doing business. You have a brick and mortar retail type of business. You have a wholesale type of business model. You also have distributed. You have subscription business models. You have equity business models. Then you have hybrids of all that thing. You know, we talk about real estate and things like that all the time. Well, you have even models there. You have models where you go for a loan from the bank. Then you have a model where the actual owner can become the loan and be the bank themselves. There's so many different type of business models out there. And often I think we hear the ones that we see on TV and things like that all the time. But it's as easy as the ability to actually think up a way where everybody has a win-win situation. I think that's the business model that works well for anybody, is let's find out what everybody wants and find out a way to give them that. It gets back to what money is and what value is and what appreciation is. And that's where you have to get to find out. Like for instance, if you have a house, okay, and you want to buy that house, you don't have any money to buy that house, but there's 15 oak trees that you can get to someone who needs lumber, who are willing to give you a contract for the oak trees that become a down payment on the house that you can put together to close on. I mean, that's using an asset that's already there. In fact, you don't even have the money. What you did was you had the ability to understand the value and the appreciation of assets. We're able to take those assets and things that could be liabilities. Those trees could actually be in the way. But now you've taken away a liability, you turn it into an asset, you're able to do things like that. So there's different models. Amazon's model is different from Unilever's model. Unilever's model is different from Microsoft's model. If you remember, Microsoft made a computer, but they didn't make the money on the computer. They made money on software, okay? Whereas Apple had a little different thing. They don't throw as much software in, so that means they have a more stable system from an IT standpoint. So you have to find out where your real value is and what you do very, very well. Stick to that and then let others stick to their portion, but always try to find the win-win to create a good model when it comes to business.
Thank you. And that's perfect. That's a great segue. Let's kind of flow with that. And let's look at people who are focused on product and services. And Ben, if you can, chime in a little bit. Let's talk about how to add value to that product or service instead of just being a transactional component.
Yeah.
That way you engage in lifetime value customers.
Yeah, so one of the things that we always do when we look at a product, or even if you go in a supermarket or anything else, is the utilization of product. Because a lot of times people don't understand what the product's going to be used for. But if you're able to combo a product with a specific service package or anything else, it creates a lifetime usage for that specific thing. So example is people have food all the time, but they don't know how to eat. So people created diets. So what is a diet? A diet is a program plan that's actually sold with food packages to actually tell people how to eat and consume products a certain way. It's still consuming the same product, but it's a plan of action or program or service that's added to it to actually add value to that specific thing, because now it becomes a lifestyle. And when you're selling lifestyles, it helps people change their aspects and understanding of where they're going and who they are, because it fits into where they want to be. And a lot of times people don't know who they want to be, but if you're able to help them scope that model and everything else, that creates a value add for you, because you're able to be, as we do with Zarzel and everybody else, you're able to coach somebody to a situation where it makes sense for them. And a lot of times people don't know the direction on what they want to apply because they need these type of reassurances in their life. So when you're doing developing our products and services, these are things that you're actually looking at. How do you create the extra value added behind just the product itself? Like if you're doing it all, or if you're doing that specific product or service at the time frame, sometimes you want to look at how you're going to add the value adds on the back end of it. And if you can't do it, you might want to partner with it to actually do it. So example is if somebody's doing a new water line, you might want to partner with a gym to produce your water line so you produce customers. Because again, it's going to be there because you know that people need to drink water while they're at the gym. Those are the type of things that you want to do so that you get the consumables, so that you get to the right value added portion of it. And then it becomes a lifestyle for people because they start consuming your water because it might be alkaline or something else that might be in that product line that's there. So those are the type of things that we just look at from an MVP standpoint to see how we can add what you currently have and actually tie it into making it more of a lifestyle brand for what a lot of people are doing in the community that you're trying to target.
So let's be clear. So what you're saying is this: when I take a look at my initial product, there's other components about that. So for instance, I don't have to win at the front end. The front end product that I'm selling can really just be the offering to get you into my sales funnel to create the back end product and create a long-term value. Because now, just like let's go with McDonald's. McDonald's may bring you in with the Big Mac, but there's an upsell there. There's a recharge there. And now I'm catering towards who? The kids. Because if I cater towards the kids, I always create long-term customers because that becomes a cycle. The key thing is to think. Do we really sit and think? Do we understand that if I took my phone, let's say the cell phone, in its basic form, everybody knows the phone is to communicate. But how many different companies are part of this phone? You want to find out? Go to your apps. Go to your apps and see how many different companies are part of that. I'll give you another one better. I want you to take a look at your debit card. On your debit card, is it only the bank that you bank at name on that card? We have to understand how the world works. The world works through collaboration. Businesses grow through collaborations. It's not about the initial product or making the margins on the initial offer. A lot of people give away the initial product just to break even to get you into that funnel because now they're able to have the opportunity to create a relationship. That's why you see lead magnets, landing pages. And when you come to that landing page, because I gave you an offer that got your attention, now I'm able to not only sell you the first product, but upcharge you. Would you like some fries with that burger? Would you like a Coke with that? Would you like this package? I'm going to give you a marketing tip. First thing, get outside your industry. Your industry will keep you tunnel vision. You want to find out 5 different industries and how they market that's uncorrelated to what you do. Another marketing tip. The best way to master your industry, I want you to go to Amazon.com, pull up the top 25 books in that industry. You don't even have to read the book. Look at the titles. Look at the titles and the subtitles. It'll tell you exactly what not only the industry is focused on, but the key to the industry is the clients, the customers are focused on. Because if those are the top 25 books, they're being bought by clientele. That means that's what they're actually interested in. So you take that information and now you come back to the table. Instead of starting your business, you start already knowing exactly what the clientele wants. And then you create the product that they're asking you for, and you jump in front of that. It just saved you $100,000. Because most of us get in the business and try to grind it out without understanding how big the industry is, how valuable that industry is to my community, my city, in order for us to grow it. But if I already go to the people that have done it and do it at a higher level and learn from them, I come out from the beginning as an expert instead of starting at the beginning. With that, I'm going to segue a little bit. If you can, Mr. Vonzell, kind of dive in. Let's talk about distribution channels and markets.
Okay, so when we talk about distribution channels, that's always one thing. Your market is who you're going to direct your sales to, who you're going to direct your attention to sell your product. When we talk about distribution models, that's important because platforms make a difference. You can have platforms that are recordings, such as a podcast or something like that. You can have an online type of YouTube type of video. You can actually have blogging, in which you write something, articles, things like that. So those are different platforms that you can use to get to your markets. And there are some markets that tend to lean towards certain platforms more than others. And there are some that, some products that you come out with are something that right away people see the advantage. Others require some education around them. And that's why you see infomercials and things like that, because they have to kind of tell you and explain to you how to use that product. So when we talk about market, that's a huge thing. A lot of people talk about sales, but sales and marketing are different, okay? Once you identify your market, then you can talk about the platform you use to connect to them for sales and things like that. But when we talk about your market, you're trying to get down to what we call who is your ideal client? Who is the person that is set aside that once they reach your message, they respond to your message? That's who you're looking for when it comes to market. And so your platform must fit your market. There are certain things that do not do well if you just do writing, because people are just not going to read that long. That's why certain people use things like images and things like that, because they move a lot faster. So that's why social media is such a big thing, but every piece of social media doesn't work. What works on LinkedIn doesn't necessarily work on YouTube, doesn't necessarily work on Pinterest. So you have to find what type of people frequent those platforms. So then you can decide what their age is, what their sex is, how do they hang out, what is their professional platform, who are they? Because once you find your market, I don't care if it is a small market, you have hit the bonanza there, because when you shoot too wide, you're shooting with shotgun and like buckshot, okay? And it really doesn't do what's necessary, because I'd rather have 1,000 people who really need my product than 100,000 people that are thinking about it. So your platform you use and identifying who your market is so huge in that. And that's not just lead generation, that's also conversions, because leads are no good without converting. So you have to look at that conversion piece as well, where people are ready to actually take time to actually buy and then engage. Then there's another part of this real quickly, Thomas, that I'll go over. You can many times attempt to think that you can touch everybody in your market, and you can't. You have to understand there are 12 to 15, up to 21 touches you have to make. We call something called a drip campaign. And what you do there is you actually drip information and value to them so that when it's time to make a decision, it's coming your way because you have created a rapport of value and appreciation with them. So you have to know the difference between reaching 1% of your market and reaching an additional 70%, because you found a way to create rapport and you found a way to create value to that market in a disciplined type of way to do so. And that's why it's so important. I keep telling people you can put your products on all kinds of online places, but that's why I'm still a big email fan, because when you create that product with them and it's on your website and nobody else can shut you down or work your money, that's when you know you're truly reaching your market. So sorry to go so long, brother, but that's all I wanted to say there.
No, that was awesome. That was awesome. So let me just quickly recap that. So what you're saying is, first thing you should do is order your internal inventory. And with that in mind, look within your organization and see who else does what you do and do it better. Go outside your company, go outside of your industry to related industries and look at their best practices. So in short term, you got to do your homework first. You have to do your research first. Don't just jump into the business and try to figure it out on the way down. You want to win the game before you get started. With that said, since we're talking about that path, Archie, if you can, step in right quick and talk about process and procedures and systems.
Archie, you're on mute real quick.
Process, procedures, and systems. Most people look at things from a very complicated perspective, and systems are not complicated. All right, they're very, very simple and procedural. There's a reason why we do it this way. The greatest and most powerful engineer is the one that makes anything that is so simple a third grader can understand it. And so whenever we start to go through systems and process, we start to look at how do we do the complex activity behind the system to ensure that it is the simplest upfront. That interface, what we call the UX, the user interface, is so easy and simple that anybody can use it and get exactly what they need out of it. So we start to document from what we talked about earlier was, what was the vision? Then we go down into strategy and we go into what will become master planning or planning. In system, we look at it, we call it architecturing. We go into architecturing of the system, and then we look at all of the different aspects and processes we want the system to deliver, and how do we bring those things together to create a small package. And so when we start to do that in system, we start to ask for user requirements. What would the city want? Let's look at a city, for example. What would be best for the city of New York? What kind of a use case problem have? I'll give you an example. The disjointed communication between the emergency management system group and the police officers and the fire response team. All of these guys have different use cases, but they respond differently. And so then when we start to document these things, we say, okay, how do we build a system where we know exactly what the incalling, what we call inputs, the incalling customer is asking for, and based on that call, we know what questions to ask to ensure we have the appropriate responding team, and not all of them. Where you have police, fire, and the emergency team, everybody responding at the same time. So when we talk about process and procedure, this is how we start to break it down. But we try to centralize it to where we have shared skill set across the board, from where each can benefit, and share system across the board to not recreate the same things in different groups and departments. And this is the same for any business. You have to let a technical person be a technical person, but ensure that his output influences and supports everybody else of that business and not just his thought processes. And so without look at thought processes from a centralized perspective, the centralization of operation and system to ensure that the benefit is for everybody and not just one person. And so that's how we look at processes and systems, and from both systems and from both what we'll call a centralization operation of models for delivery on specific aspect of a city. I think you're on mute, Thomas.
So Ben, when we talk about system and processes, kind of like walk us through a strategy, how you would strategize to make sure that your system and process is efficient.
So we always got to. I think any system engineer or any engineer or any technical professional always has to. You have to test your system out. You have to do beta tests. You have to do trial tests. You have to do. I guess you have to make sure that you're doing sort of making sure that layers of protection are in place so that before you go live, that you're right there. So I just like a baker might make a new recipe or cake, but they're going to do a tasting before they actually put it out there to make sure that it can be producible. So you're doing the same thing when you're doing business at all. So you might do you might be doing the testing at a low market price, or you might be doing something for free because you want to see what the response is on something that you're putting out there. And that's why a lot of times, and even what we're going through now with vaccine rollouts and everything else, when we're operating currently right now in the space that we're in currently at this specific time frame, we're trying to see what works and what doesn't work, because we don't know. We have 4 different variables out there. Now, we don't know which one's long-term, short-term, or anything else, but you're testing out the system to see what the response is going to be. Do you need a single dose? Do you need a multiple dose? Do you need something else do you need a wraparound service that actually works with it? Everything's different for a different market. And what you're doing is you're testing them out. Now, when you take the statistical approach of it, you're trying to look at what's the cost variables that work with it. What's the response rate? Can you mass produce it? Or does it need to be just a one use item or single use or loose item that you're releasing? Because that's how we're doing with products and services. And these are how you test the systems to actually see how you want to build out and what's going to be your baseline. As Monzo always says to us when we have meetings, is that what is going to be your baseline product? What's going to be here throughout whatever is going to go on, whether or not it rains, sleet, snows, we break into war, what's going to be here and what you're going to make money off of right then and there. That's going to be that's going to be the baseline of what you actually want to do with your main. You don't want to mess that up, and that could be your main thing. But then as you're doing other products, you want to test them out and see whether or not there's potential growth in other areas. And you want to test them in other markets. That's why Thomas said previously before, sometimes you want to go outside your market because sometimes a product that you have in your specific system or in your industry doesn't work in that industry. It might be need to be tested in another industry because it might have a new utilization in a specific industry that can revolutionize something. And that's what you have to test new products off of. So those are type of things that you want to do. So new things, new ideas, sometimes you want to take them and move them outside your normal market because sometimes they won't work. And then that's how you test different products and see what they're going to go off of, because those are how companies actually grow. And that's how you get new market cap, new customers, by testing out new products and new areas, by testing things out and developing out new systems around them.
So if we look at the process, right? We just look at the process that Ben put out for specific type of products, and we go into, let's choose a single product. In test engineering, we have something called publishing. In publishing is what we do. We do bits and pieces of a system, and we publish the what we call beta version, but we'll publish it to ourselves first, and we'll publish it to a test group to see how they like it and what are the response. How do they utilize it? Which things did it touch first? And we document all of those things and then go back to that same market, make the minor modification, and see whether to go back over the same processes or the same steps. And then we're using that steps to actually tailor it to the people to ensure that it's user-friendly, right? To ensure that user-friendly. Once the user-friendly or the usability is clear and effective, we adapt that model to everything else, to all of the different beta pieces that follow into the system. So you have version 1, version 2, version 3, version 4, version 5, and based on the technical calls for specific problems or complaints, we'll readapt the different versions of the beta testing or the different version of the software or system to make sure, to ensure that it fixes that particular problem in that version, so that it becomes new. And you can see it with Apple all the time, right? We have the OSS model. We've gone so far ahead that it's crazy. And it's the exact same thing with systems and processes and people. You have to always redo it but you also have to have a human touch to it. And the human touch is everything. That's the magic.
So since we're talking about the human touch, let's kind of tackle 4 different areas. One thing, let's tackle ROI, return on investment. And Ben, I'm gonna let you step in on that. Let's look at the ROI, return on investment, when you start your business.
Initial phase of most ROI, what people are just usually they gauge a good product or services by setting a break even points, because maybe in this market it might be a little different because everybody's trying to hit a home run. But usually for the initial version of what you're trying to do is you're trying to break even, because when we say break even is because you're trying to get back what you invested. So if you invested 2 years, 3 years on a product, or you invested something on a service to actually develop it out, sometimes you're trying to get back to that break even point for your initial ROI on it, meaning there's nothing lost. You just gain based on the knowledge that you created from what you're doing. And that's one of the things that's there. Then once you start understanding your numbers, then you start to understand what the return on investment could be. What's your margins off of it? How much money do you actually want to make on that product on a regular basis, so that now you can maintain or potentially pay some expensive bills, or potentially do mergers and acquisitions in that specific lane, because that's what you're trying to grow up to. Now, what you're also looking at in maybe year 2 or year 3 of what you're doing from a business standpoint, how do I actually grow up and make this into potentially salaries and lifestyles of what you're doing? Because out of that first initial phase, you're trying to reinvest all your capital so that you can get to a point of stability, so that you're not worried about that product, system, or service anymore after a specific period of time frame. And that's how you're trying to scale up what you're doing. And a lot of times you can actually get to a point of getting investors to actually front load you money based on your proven track record, so that your ROI goes up even more. And then you can split your ROI returns by not going into risk factor, because you're not risking all your capital that's involved with it. So these are the type of things, once you know your numbers and once you know your system, you know how to produce and you know how to get your ROIs based on what you're trying to deliver in your specific industries. And once you get to a point of knowing your ROIs thoroughly, then you can go into potentially liquidation, meaning like if you want to sell off the business rights, or you want to liquidate the licensing rights, you can actually sell those things off also when you know your ROIs and what you're doing.
Okay, so Ms. Avanze, I'm going to drop 3 things that people don't think of. Most people, we talk about ROI, so I wanted to leave with that, but let's go to some other factors. Let's look at ROE, return on effort. How do you gauge that metric?
Yeah, so that's a good one. In fact, I like the return on effort sometime more than return on an investment, only because many times when people don't have money, they put in what we call sweat equity. And that's your ability to not only leverage your relationships, but also leverage your own efforts to do something that you don't normally do, but you also leverage what we call on your effort. You also do so with bartering, such as you may take something that is valuable to someone else, and there no cash has occurred, but value has occurred to a return on effort. So you're literally looking at the time you put in, you look at the relationships you put in, you look at all those things that are not necessarily tangible money that really give you an actual return. In fact, many people will find out that if they get a better return on their effort, their ROI goes up substantially, because the danger is when you have, now this is going to sound weird, but sometimes when you have too much money, you rely on the money rather than your vision and the understanding of your effort and putting forward your own attention to do things. So the result is you don't really enhance that muscle of ROE, and you end up relying on something you shouldn't. And when the money's gone, you're not sure how to reduplicate it. And that's one of the fallacies of business. When you don't understand, you should be able to be free of everything and then come along and be able to say, I know the process, I know the standards, I know the relationships, and I know the path to become investable again, to become valuable again, even if the money is not necessarily there. So you were talking about money before. on one of the things. People used to tell me all the time, takes money to make money. And I said, well, let me ask you, that last job you got, did you pay your employer? They said, no. I said, you got that job because you put in effort, you put on a suit, you walked in there, you put some effort into an application, and you impressed the person, and they said, I'll take a chance on you. That was ROE.
Excellent, excellent. I mean, you brought up a great point. So, Archie, with that said, since he basically handed this baton to you, let's talk about ROA, return on activity.
Return on activity is a very, 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 very difficult piece to discuss, because when we start looking at the activities, it needs to yield to a specific result, so that you're not doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. Every step and every single thing you do should lead either to a clear objective that you're trying to accomplish or not. And are you yielding that specific result that you want? And if you're not, then you need to step back and reevaluate it to see why is it you're not having the result you want, and who can help you get the result for those specific activities that you're not meeting. I'll give you an example. When we do system design, or when we do integration, the integration steps are very simple. One, do we have a core communicating data layer to ingest data? Can we ingest data? Yes or no? And if you're going to do an integration or ingestion of data layer with a specific type of protocol, you have to say, is this protocol universal to everybody? Is it an open API that I need to communicate with? And then you list the activities you need to interpret data based on LSD, or what is in the packet that you are reading, how you segment them. So if you're not putting in activities systematically, you're not yielding the specific result. That means the activities that are ongoing from a system perspective, that is not right. And it's the same thing any effort in any business. If you're saying, I'm going to do a presentation, and the presentation has activity in it, and it's not yielding the appropriate feedback you need to get the message across, 9 times out of 10, you're not doing it right. You have to seek help. And so the return on effort is very, very, very important in execution specifically, or the return on activities. Very, very important in execution.
Okay, we're about to close up, but this is very important, the last part, and that's why I saved the best for last. Return on opportunity.
Excuse me, guys. It's 7:59, and we do have an 8 o'clock. But the thing that I want to do is I want to bring you guys back. I think this is the thing that I was discussing earlier, getting people in the room to have great ideas so that we could actually see this happen. Unfortunately, we won't get to the last one, Thomas. And Thomas, you're a great taskmaster because you was going to get in, but I had to slow you down because we do have another speaker that's on the back end. And last year when I talked to you, this is the kind of thing that I wanted to see. And what I will do is I will commit to June to see what we can do about maybe doing 2 or 3 of these in June, where you can plan it so that you can give this great information to the people out here. Could you possibly, guys, give an email or information where people can contact you? Because we're gonna have to go from that straight into the next speaker.
Ben, if you would, please.
Okay, you can reach us, reach me direct, the team, or you reach me directly at bguy III at mvppartners.com. That's bguy III at mvppartners.com. Or you can call one of us directly at area code 848-228-2622, area code 848-228-2622. We'll be here, we'll be around, and like I said, this won't be the last time we talk to you guys in the future at all. All right. Back to
Thanks for having us.
All right,
everybody.
All right.
That's for the team.
Yes.
Hey guys, y'all are awesome team. It's always good to see great brothers together doing great things. And as I continue to say, Thomas, thank you for everything. And of course, guys, I'll see you on the other side as we move on. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. See you.
Thank you. And of course, a great day, a beautiful day in a beautiful city. I'm not going to hold back. See, she's here already. Once she unmutes her microphone, Then we're going to have the beautiful, the lovely. Yes, she hosted this morning. She hosted last week. And Dolores is back. Dolores, I'm going to go ahead and introduce her and get it out the way. And Dolores, before you get out, we want to thank you for you hosting. Is there anything that you like to say to people? Please give them your email and the name of your magazine.
Awesome. Thank you for the opportunity. My email is divineconnectionsmagazine@gmail.com, and the website is divineconnectionsmagazine.com.
And of course, you're also presenting on Sunday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What time you presenting on
At
Sunday?
4.
Okay, and what is your topic?
Divine Connections.
That's what I'm trying to get across. Thank you so very much, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
And of course, I got to get this lady right here is more. She's a force to be reckoned with. She is none other than Barbara Holmes Smith. And again, I hope you enjoyed our last panel. There was a great panel of Black men that really gave it up, and they was giving game, and that's what it's all about. It's not about who the smartest guy in the room. It's about how you parlay yourself to earn some money. So if you're not earning anything on this network, then I've done my part. And Barbara, you've done your part. I want to tell you and your group, thank you so very much. And tonight, she's going to be talking about something that a lot of people are wondering about. And that's cryptocurrency. That's Bitcoin. That's this whole new world that's right here. And people continue to say it's coming. But we're going to find out tonight that it's already here. And with no further ado, I'd like to introduce to you the wonderful, the lovely Miss Barbara Holmes Smith. And of course, Barbara, I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kelly. It's been my pleasure and my joy to be here with you and the Black Business Network. I tell you, it has been so much fun, and it has been so interesting and educating to find out what all of these Black entrepreneurs are doing in their businesses. So I just want to give you a little bit. Let me see if I can share my screen real quick. I want to get this up on the screen so that I can share what I have for you. All right. Awesome. So let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger and hide me. Okay. Very good. Very good. Very good. So today we're going to talk about how everything is going digital. Everything is going digital. Just want you to know a little bit about me. I was an engineer by 3 years old. You may say, how is that possible? Well, the story goes like this. My mother came home one day with a toy she brought for me, spending her last dollar. She brought me in with the groceries and the toy and sat me in the middle of the kitchen floor. And as she began to cook dinner, me, 2.5 years old, almost 3, took the toy, which was a stuffed animal sitting on top of a bicycle, riding, pedaling its wheels, and clanging cymbals in its hand, took the toy and quietly went into another room. Now, anybody out there that has children knows that when a 2 to 3 year old rolls into another room and is quiet, you need to go check. So, not realizing that I had gone into the other room, she proceeded to continue to cook. When she did realize I was missing from the room, she quietly went into the room where I was located, and she saw something that made her gasp. Oh my God, she thought. I had taken apart this toy and there were pieces all over the floor, like literally 15, 20, 25 pieces all over the floor. With a tear in her eye, realizing she had just spent her last dollar, and this child was destructive, she walked away for a moment. She thought to herself, I need to get myself together and then go gather this child. So she left the room just for a few moments, or so she thought. And shortly thereafter, she heard this noise that sounded like clanging cymbals. That can't be, she thought to herself. And as she hurried into the next room, I had put back all the pieces, and the stuffed toy was again riding the bicycle and clanging the cymbals. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a 3-year-old engineer. And so from that point, I'm always intrigued by other people's stories. There's always something in our past that leans to things that we do in our future. After that, I became an engineer, network engineer, systems engineer, and my career was in technology. And so I have a passion for technology. And I'm telling you this story because why should you listen to me talk about cryptocurrency? Also, I have a passion for teaching. I have 4 younger siblings, and automatically I'm a teacher. So I used to teach them math. I used to bring them in and have them sit in desks and teach them how to do their math and read and give them quizzes and tests. So I was a teacher at the age of 8. But I want you to go with me down memory lane. How many of you know that everything is going digital? Are you ready? Do you remember this? These little items here, where you'd stick your finger in one hole and turn it around, it would come back, and you'd take the next number and turn it around. Analog telephones. When's the last time you saw a telephone booth? I beg to differ that there are no telephone booths. If you find one, it might be in an airport or a train station. But now we use digital phones, digital watches with phones, laptops, smartphones, all digital devices to communicate. So I want to talk to you some about the innovation curve. The source of this documentation is Banyan Publishing, is an investment firm that I get information from. And I want you to take a look at this. Mobile phones were created in 1981, but it took 14 years before 10% inflection happened. What that means is 10% of households, if you go to the right of the chart, this is the percentage of households that had mobile phones. It took another 14 years to grow mobile phone technology. And by 2009, 90% of the market were saturated. And the cell phone market, mobile phone market was mature. You tracking with me? Because everything is going digital. I need to know if you're ready. Do you remember these? Some of you probably never rode on a horse and buggy unless you had one at your wedding. As transportation, the only way you could get from one place to another was either horse and buggy or Pat and Turner, pat one foot on the ground and turn the corner with the other. And then came the Model T. But this last one, baby, I drove this car. This was a race car, a 1968 Plymouth Barracuda Hemi hatchback. Oh my God, hot, red, and mine. At 16 years old, I was a race car driver. But now we have faster, smarter electric cars, cars that talk, cars that park themselves, cars that keep you in the same lane, cars that use electricity. Ladies and gentlemen, we have digital cars. So let's look at the automobile industry in the same vein. In the 1900s, vehicles were created. It took 14 years till 1914 to get a 10% inflection, and then another 14 years for the market to be saturated and 90% of households in America were driving automobiles. Are you tracking with me? I hope you are, because everything is going digital and I need to know if you're ready. Anybody remember these antiques? Typewriters, where you had to press the button, and if you made a mistake, you had to put a white piece of paper in and hit that same key several times to get rid of it. And then if you really made a mistake, you had to rip the paper out and start all over. Or what about Encyclopedia Britannica? When you wanted to know something, you had to go and find the letter that it began with, the topic began with, and then open it up, read through the pages to find what you were looking for. Anybody remember that but me? But guess what? Now we just jump on the information superhighway and just type in a thought, a keyword, or a key phrase, and off we go into billions and billions of databases to find information. We are in the digital age. But look at what happened with the internet. Even though this diagram says the internet started in 1993, because I worked with the DoD, Department of Defense, I know that the internet started probably around 1960, 62. But look at the trajectory of the 10% inflection. It reduced to 8 years. When mobile phones took 14 years to go to inflection, and when cars took 14 years to go to inflection, the internet took 8 years to go to inflection, that where 10% of households had broadband access. And then only 8 years later, 90% of households had internet access. Ladies and gentlemen, are you waiting? Are you ready? Because everything is going digital. Here's what I know about digital technology. The revolution is here. It's here to stay. And it's accelerating. And it affects every single industry. I want you to take a look at these articles. One is from the USA Today that happened on Christmas Eve. It was updated December 24th, 2019. That wasn't that long ago. When they were asking a question, Carice Jones asked, is 2020 the mark of the decade where Americans finally dish cash and use digital wallets, credit cards? And as COVID-19 spreads, cashless payments are increasing. But look at that last line. But cashless transactions aren't germ-proof, and for many poor families, cash is all they have. Again, the digital divide is causing disparity in our communities. Anybody been to the Walmart lately? If you don't think digital is taking over, I don't know about your Walmarts, but the Walmarts here, they have 2 lines where you can use cash, and the rest are self-checkout with no cash allowed. I'm talking no cash, Willis, because everything is going digital. I need to know it. Are you ready? You're using digital wallets if you're using Apple Pay or Google Pay. One day I went to the 7-Eleven thinking I had a few dollars in my wallet, and I did not, but did not remember or know that 7-Eleven does digital payments. I looked at the register and I looked at the input for the credit cards. I didn't even have my credit cards with me, but I had my cell phone. And I remembered when I had put my cell phone up that they accept Google Pay, and I have a digital wallet. For those of you who don't know what a digital wallet is, it's a place to store your credit card information in an app where you don't use your password and you don't use your credit card numbers. It's linked to your credit card. So you don't have, it's totally secure. You don't have to worry about carrying cash or having your credit card. And I was able to check out with my Google Pay. But look at this machine here. This is a parking meter that is not accepting cash. And you're going to see more and more of those as you progress. CPA Practice Advisor, this article was July the 6th. The pandemic is speeding the shift to a cashless society. I'm not making this up, people. We are going cashless, whether you like it or not. One of the largest cashless services, PayPal, is enabling cryptocurrency as a funding source for digital commerce in its 26 million merchants. 26 million merchants. They received the conditional bit license from New York State Department of Financial Services. Guess when that was? Very recently, November the 12th, 2020. PR Newswire said the migration towards digital payments and digital representations of value continues to escalate. It's driven by the COVID-19 environment, and it's increasing digital currencies from central banks and consumers. I need you to think about that for a second. PayPal allows you to now purchase cryptocurrency. You can buy it, you can hold it, and you can sell it in your PayPal account. And just in case you've been under a rock for the past few years, PayPal is an American company who operates online payment systems to the majority of countries that support online money transfers. So if you buy anything in China, in Africa, and you are using your credit card, you can pay with Bitcoin if you're using PayPal. They have income levels at 2.459 billion in 2019. That's 2 years ago. I want to concede that they are one of the largest payment processors in the world. And if they've moved their processing and payments and money, some of which to PayPal, to cryptocurrency, what do you think is going on in this world? Here's a shocking who's using Bitcoin and blockchain technology. Shocking, because we didn't even know that all of these companies are using Bitcoin and blockchain. And I'm going to talk about blockchain in a few minutes. But anybody recognize the bank, Visa? What about the supply chain, Walmart? Or the healthcare provider that has our vaccines, Pfizer, the FDA, DHL, Prudential, MetLife, and the list goes on and on. Got some more for you. These are some additional financial institutions that are using blockchain technology and Bitcoin. Recognize any of these guys? So someone asked me recently if China was going to allow this to happen. They're in the forefront. The problem is we're always on the back end and don't know what's going on. But I'm telling you, everything is going digital. Are you ready? Guess what else is going? Our money is going digital. Banking is going digital. And when I say digital, digital money is cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is based on blockchain, but Bitcoin is a single cryptocurrency. That means there are many, many, many others. Bitcoin is just the leader, but there are many, many, many types of cryptocurrency. Ethereum, Litecoin, there's all kinds, and I'm asking you to do the research. But the good news is, this is where we are. If you remember the other illustrations, Bitcoin kind of came out in 2010, and it took 10 years to get to 2020 for the 10% inflection. It's not saturated yet. We're at 2021 right now. You've got some times to get into Bitcoin. And if you don't know what it is and how it works, it's time for you to start doing some research. Mr. Brian Armstrong, who is the CEO of the largest crypto exchange, currency exchange, said in August 16th, 2019, they're seeing 200 million to 400 million a day of crypto deposits coming in. What does that mean? You're not depositing crypto, then somebody else is. Here's some other statistics. I just want to show you these really, really quickly. This bottom one was in 2018 when Tim Draper, on the future of cryptocurrency, said that cryptocurrency Bitcoin will hit 250,000 by 2022. When I first invested in Bitcoin, it was at 10,000 per coin. If you look it up today, it's at 50,000 per coin. That's only in a year or less. Everything is going digital, people. Are you ready? The good news is we can get in. Remember, I showed you the Banyan Publishing investment information firm said that if you get in, this is 2020, by the time it gets to 450,000 where it'll be saturated, you won't be able to get in. I want to show you, if I can, how to use blockchain, what blockchain is and how it's used. I want to see if I can get this on for you. I'm going to stop sharing for a moment, and then I'm going to start sharing again. Share it. Share screen. And let's see if we get it. All right. I hope you can see that. We're going down to this first little short video. I hope you can see it and hear it. Somebody let me know. I see you out there, Tanita. Can you tell me if you hear that?
Blockchain. Confusing. Even confounding. You have a block, then another block, and those blocks contain information. It could be any information. As many blocks as needed. Each one chronologically connecting the blocks behind and in front of it. And when new
All right, I just heard you can't see it.
Any information, a new block is added.
All right, I heard you can't see it, so we'll just move on. I'll implore you to go to www.ibm and look up what happens with blockchain and what it's all about. I'm going to share again. Share my screen. There we go. All right, can you see that now? Yeah, I can see it. All right. So, what are we doing? This slideshow is designed to make you think. It's designed to make you more prepared. It's designed for you to research. It's designed for you to get positioned. Because if we are not aware of what's going on, we cannot get in the game. And just in case you think I'm crazy and I don't know what I'm talking about, I want you to pull out your cell phone. You have a cell phone, I want you to pull out your cell phone. Now that you have your cell phone out, I want you to go to Google, Chrome, Bing, whatever you use, Safari, and search Bitcoin ATMs near me. Bitcoin ATMs near me. And in the chat, I want you to do me a favor and type the number of Bitcoin. You can only see me. You can't see my video? You can't see my video? You can't see my screen. Okay, hang on. Let me try it again. Share my screen. All right. Can you see my screen now? Yes? Yes. Okay. If you don't think that Bitcoin is happening, do a search. Bitcoin ATMs near me. And I want you to type in the chat how many Bitcoin machines are near where you live. Because, ladies and gentlemen, digital is here. Everything is going digital. Are you ready? At this point, I'd like to take some questions. If you have questions, please type them in the chat. As you type them in the chat, I'm going to leave you my contact information right here. And I'm going to get back on screen with our host, Dr. Kelly. Thank you for your time.
And of course, as we get ready, got some questions for you. You know, inquiring minds want to know. You know, I think what you did was very ingenious. You carried us through kind of a story to get to the ending, and then the ending was just, to me, was spectacular, because now I believe people can kind of see what you were talking about. And I guess many people are probably sitting at home saying, okay, you did all that, but I still don't understand it. What do you say to people like that?
I say research. I say go to IBM, www.ibm.com. And one of the things you'll see there is a 4 steps videos, like 1 minute each, on blockchain technology, because what people think is that Bitcoin is blockchain. And to give you a simple scenario, blockchain is the technology that Bitcoin is built upon. Bitcoin is not blockchain, but blockchain is necessary for Bitcoin to be functional. And so in order for you to understand that a block is just a chunk of data, computers can only read zeros and ones. And once you have a transaction occur, that transaction has information: who the person is, the what, the when, the where, the how, the temperature. So you have a block of data. The next transaction that comes behind that is attached to it. It's put together into a block. And so there's a chain of data and transactions that's impenetrable. So once you understand that, that's what Bitcoin is built on. It's built on the technology.
And I keep hearing you say that Bitcoin is built on top of a technology, and the technology is blockchain.
That's correct.
Talk a little bit about what is blockchain.
That's basically what I was just explaining. What the blockchain is, the technology that it's built on. It's not centralized like fiat money. We could say fiat money is the US dollar, the Japanese yen. All that's called fiat money, paper money. And it's controlled by a bank. US bank, Japanese bank, Chinese bank, all control their money. But the blockchain technology is decentralized, meaning no one owns it.
Mm-hmm.
What's that DEFI, Ebony Scott's chatting out there. He's one of our Black masterminds. Yes, I got some comments out there. It's vital. Bitcoin is vital. Blockchain is vital to Bitcoin. And it seems like so much of our convenience stores are dependent on Bitcoins and lottery. So if you look, like I said, in your phone to find out where these ATMs are being located, they're being located in convenience stores, and you have walked right past them and they're right under your nose.
So what you're saying is that, you know, just like most, and I'm saying this lightly, most things that come out, they come into the Black community first. And
because we're consumers.
Because we're consumers. And right now we are not paying attention as a group of people as this whole thing happens. Now let's talk a little bit about Senegal and Akon and his coin. And he's building a whole city like that. Is there a possibility for Black people to create their own cities the same way that he's creating?
Absolutely. And it's not Bitcoin, it's his own money. They're called altcoins. There are all kinds of blockchain focused coins, but we as a community, you make a great point, Dr. Kelly. We as a community need to have our own entire ecosystem. We need to have our own banks. We need to have our own money. We need to have our own libraries.
There you go. That's
grocery stores.
Well, here again, you know, that's what I'm pushing. I don't know what everybody else is pushing, because I always say that the color of freedom is green. You know, now it sounds like the color of freedom is digital. And there's a part of this blockchain piece called mining. Talk a little bit about before you talk about what it is, talk about what it does, or better, either one, because I think the audience, if that 1 trillion, 2 trillion, 3, whatever number it is, if we understood what's coming down the pipe in terms of the blockchain, and understood that we can have our own money in our own community, controlling that $1 trillion situation. I'm gonna call it a situation, not shenanigans, but situation. Then we could begin to build in our community and control the money in our community. But let's don't go too fast. Let's go back to what mining is, what it is, why it is, and what it does.
Well, Dr. Kelly, let's first establish the fact that I am not the authority on Bitcoin, blockchain, and
that's fair. That's fair.
So what my understanding of the mining is that's how you're able to derive the number of Bitcoins that can be, it's really decoding, it's programming coding that's being deciphered so that you can use the Bitcoins. So that's what my understanding is. Is there anybody out there that has a better understanding than me? I'm a first one to tell you that I don't know everything about the Bitcoin mining, but I do know what blockchain technology is. I do know that it's the technology that Bitcoin rides on and other cryptocurrencies ride on. Thank you, Ebony Scott. He said I am correct. So I want to shout out to my Ebony Scott and Tanita Hightower, my folks from the Black Mastermind, National Black Mastermind group that are here supporting me and cheering me on. But yes, so you have to research. And if you don't understand, research some more or ask somebody who's technically inclined. Those gentlemen that were on right before me will definitely know exactly how to answer your questions with regards to digital currency. The thing we need to know, if I don't leave this platform with anything else, the thing we need to know as a community is that we have an opportunity and we can't sleep on this. We can't let this go past, like the cars and we didn't invest, and like the phones and we didn't invest, and like the internet that we didn't invest in. I remember having this conversation with my mom. I think it was about 1992. I wish I had invested in the internet. So what happened was I was working for a hotel management firm. At that moment, I was the network backup person where I backed up the tapes and made sure that the data was stored every night. At that time, the internet was really, really new. And so there was AOL, and that was it. But AOL was, to me, a joke because I got online, which is what they told us to go to the www.aol.com to search for something, and nothing came up. Like the screen was blank. Like it was taking me to things that I had not inquired about. And I thought to myself, get this is never going to work if you can't find anything. Had I been a programmer, which I was not, am not, never wanted to be, never will be a programmer. If I was a programmer and had that same thought, we would not be having this conversation. Because what I would have thought of is, how do I create a system within the system to find things? That's where Google came along. That's where Safari came along. That's where all of these web crawlers and web search engines came along. And notice that not only did they come along, they came along in such a way that one person had a dream and came up with it, but others branched off and created the same thing and made billions.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying to us. It doesn't have to always be an original idea. But anyway, back to the story. So I come home from work and my mother, who loves CNN, says, I need me one of them WWWs. I said, what? She said, I need me one of them WWWs. I said, what are you talking about? She has seen CNN have a www.cnn.com, not realizing that what she's asking for is a computer. And she just wanted the www because CNN had it. So what did I have to do? I had to build my mama a computer. Her first computer was built by me, and I built her one, and I built myself one. Built myself one and gave her my old one. But here's what I'm saying. We're at the beginning of technology at that moment. We again are at the precipice of that same kind of thing. We're at the beginning of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology. And there's so much that we may be able to do if we're thinking. But if we don't know about it or we don't understand, here's what I don't get, Dr. Kelly. When we don't understand something, we will bury our heads instead of trying to find the information. And I am imploring us as a community to understand this technology, understand that cryptocurrency and digital currency is not the way of the future. It's happening right now.
And that is one of the reasons that, I wanted to have you on this evening, because, after you carry on all day and you're having conversations with people and folk talking about this is how to do it. And I want to inspire you. I want to motivate you. After all those things are said and done, the question becomes, what are you going to do?
That's it.
And then the other question is not only what are you going to do, is when are you going to do? Because if you think about what we're talking about this evening, and this is the kind of conversation that I like for people to hear. If that $1 trillion was our money, okay, of course, as I understand it, and mind you, I don't have a clue about it. I'm just having a conversation about it. But I am steadily doing research about it because I know it's the now, not the future. We get fooled on what the future is going to be. No. If China is investing in it, and North America or USA is investing in it right now, and Russia is investing in it right now, then where does that leave us? Really, where does it leave us? And if some of the smartest guys in the room, instead of being smart guys in the room, investigated and figured out how we could make our own money as a group of people. Okay. And then we cut out the middleman, and then we're buying and trading with each other.
Right.
Other people who target us will buy and trade with us.
That's right.
But what happens is we get that fear that somebody gonna leave us out there by ourselves. But if you leave $1 trillion out there by itself, there's a whole lot of money out there by itself.
Right. Well, here's the thing. Mark said it best right here. Bitcoins are very legitimate, but the thing is, just like anything else, there's always somebody that's out for the hustle. You can always find somebody that's going to scam you. So you definitely have to go with somebody that's legitimate. I say, I mean, how much more legitimate do you get than PayPal? So if you don't have a PayPal account, here's a way to start. The beautiful thing to me about cryptocurrency, buying it from PayPal or somebody legitimate, is you don't have to buy an entire coin. Right now, I can't afford an entire coin. One coin is $45,000, $48,000 last time I checked. But you can buy pieces, parts, like a part of $1. So instead of getting a whole dollar, you can get 25 cents. So if you don't know about this technology, I'm saying at least get educated about it. I'm not saying jump all in and spend money. I'm not saying that. I'm saying get with a legitimate financial advisor, somebody who knows Bitcoin, somebody that knows not just Bitcoin. Let me take that word out of my mouth. That knows cryptocurrencies, because you have altcoins, which are alternative coins besides Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin. There's a whole plethora of them. But yes, definitely get educated. And that's what this whole presentation was really about, to show you the trajectory of everything going digital, and that our money is no exception.
Well, and again, sometimes people look at you kind of crazy and look at you side-eyed when you say stuff that they don't understand. Right. And again, this is a challenge that I wanted to have this evening. I wanted to have this conversation because I don't know what it is.
Okay.
And maybe there are a lot of people out there that don't know what it is. But my thing is, we cannot allow another technology to ride through and we don't get a part of it. I remember when a friend of mine by the name of Ken Whitfield was working out in Durham. There's a place called Research Triangle Park.
Right.
And in Research Triangle Park, that's where they're doing all kinds of research.
Yeah.
And Ken was working for a place called MCNC.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And in those days, there was a thing called a T1 and a T3. I know you know what they were.
I do.
And so I can kind of give it to you, to everybody, what it was, because I was involved. A T1 is a small pipeline. A T3 is a large pipeline. In other words, a T3 you can run more information through.
3 times as much.
Yes. And we were talking about it, and we sat down with a group of Black folk to start, because we had a T3, which in those days, Black people didn't have a T1, but we had a T3.
Because it was expensive.
Yes. But because of Ken Whitfield's abilities to build things, we had a T3. And we didn't capitalize on that moment, because if we could have capitalized on that moment, I wouldn't be here today. When you look at what happened, down the road, this is the challenge that Black people always find themselves in, and it's not so much that we're not brilliant. It's not so much we don't know. It's more or less that we don't sometimes take the jump as a group to look at something. And that's why I wanted to bring you on this evening, because I feel like we're in a space and a place where we could do something as people. And this goes out to individuals also. If you don't know what this is, and this is the first time that you've heard about it, you need to go and investigate and learn.
Somebody asked the question out here that I wanted to address. Let's see. Blue Radio 62. How vital is Bitcoin and blockchain to the modern retail industry? It seems like so much of our convenience stores are dependent on Bitcoins and lottery. Well, I will say, this is just my opinion, what I call barber logic. And that is, anytime you have the ability to exchange currency with alternatives besides the dollar, which, by the way, the dollar has really no value. The more we pump money into the system, into the federal government, the less value it is, because it's not backed by anything. It used to be backed by gold back in the 1930s, maybe, but it's not backed by anything. And so whoever we borrowing this money from or pumping this money into the ecosphere, the ecosphere or ecosystem for, it's not worth anything. So if it's not worth anything on the global market, then how are you gonna buy anything? The other thing that's frightening is we put all our stock as a community into banks. What if the bank closes with all this money that's out there, and the bank closes and says you can't get any money because we have to pay the debt that we've been borrowing against your money? Because whether you know it or not, when you deposit your money in the bank borrows money on your money. Let me say that again for some of us who don't know that. When you deposit your money in the bank takes your money and borrows money against your money. And if they call those debts in, whoever they're borrowing it from, China, Germany, Japan, and they call that marker in, and they haven't had enough deposits, what do you think is going to happen to your money? Just food for thought.
Well, when you
about that, go ahead and research that one too.
Well, when you think about this whole conversation, one of the things that I did want to get across to people is that there's an opportunity. Don't be fearful for this opportunity because it's not going to go away. When Steve Jobs decided to do the telephone, people said no. Got the iPod, leave the telephone alone. Steve said, "Hey, I'm going to make the iPhone so pretty until you want to lick it." And look at it today. When Bill Gates was working at Macintosh, and he didn't have an operating system, and he still was working for Macintosh, and he was looking for an operating system. When he found one, he spent $50,000 and bought an operating system, and the rest is history.
The $50.
Look at Amazon. Yeah. Amazon, the same thing.
Yeah.
He spent a ton of money. And remember, a lot of people don't know, Amazon first started out selling books.
Yes.
And then he moved from books to products. And now he's the richest person on the planet. Now, I'm not saying either one of these guys were brilliant. I'm not saying either one of these guys had the most money. But in the end, they had vision. And what I guess I'm asking people out there in the audience is to open up your eyes and have some vision and look at what's coming down the pipe.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking about it, but 5 to 10 years from now, it won't even be any need to even have this conversation.
It won't be a discussion. It's like you mentioned something that brought me back to memories. When I first started in computer, my very first computer was a Radio Shack Tandy 1000.
Yes, I remember it.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm really dating myself. So
if we could find one, it would be a miracle. But go ahead.
I mean, it would be worth some money, I think, right now.
Yes.
But the Tandy 1000. Okay, so you had an operating system disk and you had a data disk. And you put the operating system disk in and you flip down the handle, and then you turn the computer on so that it could read the instruction to boot your computer up. Once it was booted up, then you took that disk out and you put the data disk in, but there was no GUI, GUI, graphical user interface. There was no Windows. You had to type all the commands in order to get it to print, in order to get it to read, in order to get it to do anything. That's where I come from with technology. So I'm a dinosaur. Yeah, I get it. However, when your computer does crazy stuff and it doesn't have a window up there for you to click and point and all that, I can still go behind the scenes and type a command and get my computer to work. That's right, Mark. Floppy disk.
And you know, the thing that is important for what you said is this. You can remember then.
Yeah.
Okay. What are our kids going to say about this moment?
Yeah.
Because that's what it's really about. It's not about me and you. Okay. You know, we may, let's say, get 20 more years on the planet.
Right.
Okay. But the reason that the Black Business Network was thought of out of my mind was so that we could share information without somebody telling us what to say and how to say it. Now, sometimes when I'm on here, I'll pick up my phone and talk to somebody. Okay. I say it's reality TV, Black Business Reality TV. Okay. That is what we have here. And I say a lot of times, you know, if I was 14, 12, no, 8 or 9, and I had one of these, okay, there's no gatekeeper. There's nobody to keep me from going anywhere in the world I wanted to go. If I had one of these, then by 15, I'd be a millionaire. So ask yourself the question, why would I say that? The reason I would say that is because I understand the power of this. Yeah. But more importantly, I understand the power of information. Yeah. And tonight, we just giving you some information to investigate, because like both of us said, 10 years from now, you know, you're going to be a dinosaur. Not us. You're going to be a dinosaur. And I'm talking to the young people now, because at the end of the day, you guys got the vision. You can come up with something that can change the world, because you have so much stuff to change the world, you know. And when I talked to the guy from Singapore the other day, one of the things that he said, because I asked him, I said, could the Black Business Expo have its own money? He said, yes, you can. You can have your own money, and you can trade your own money with the community. And then I had the bigger thought, what if that $1 trillion
that had their own money?
Then what?
It's a wrap. We can shut down the economy. If we pooled our resources and decided 1 week that we weren't buying anything, we would shut this economy down.
One of the things that nobody talks about, you know, and we'll talk a little history, okay? The Montgomery boycott.
That's what I'm talking about.
A lot of people don't know it was almost a 2-year bus boycott, okay? A lot of people don't understand Martin Luther King was not killed for "I have a dream" speech. You know, he was killed at "I want to share this money" speech.
Yeah.
When they shut down, because no one would talk about, Black people shut down movement.
Yep, they shut down the city.
They shut down all across the country. Yep. Everybody said, we not riding no buses. And the government said, hold up, wait, whoa. Y'all not riding. Okay, we're going to see how long y'all want to walk. And when the pockets got tight, things changed.
Yep.
We shouldn't be in that situation with Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. We shouldn't be there. We have, like we said, we have an opportunity. Some people say I beat the drum. I keep beating the drum. Even though I make a point, I beat the drum. But my point is the same point all the time. We are a powerful people.
Powerful, yes.
Powerful pockets.
Yes.
And everybody knows it.
When we start doing this, with each other,
yep.
Each one of us singly can't do nothing. But when you bring that fist, all those fingers together, you got some power.
Well, it looks like we're gonna have to wrap it up.
Oh, is it that time?
It is. Listen. This was a ball, a blast. Anything you want to say? Somebody said Ebony Scott said, Lester, yes, he was killed because he was talking money. Thank you, brother, for letting me know I was correct. I'm an artist, and I tell people all the time, when integration happened, I was disappointed. And people say, you was disappointed. Now you getting everything. No, I was disappointed because Black people threw their culture out the door and decided that the white ice was better.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was disappointed. And so I couldn't draw Martin Luther King. I could not draw him. I was that upset. And when he said at his last speech that he feared that he had led his people into the jaws of hell, when he said that and recognized what he had done and confessed, I was able to draw that man. Now that's crazy. Some people would say, well, why would you draw him then? I drew him then because he was saying to you that it's not about, and I'm gonna say it one time, and I'm gonna get emails. It's not about the love, it's about the money.
It's always about the money.
That's when it comes to America.
It's always about the money. Capitalism is big in USA. But anyway.
Any last thoughts that you'd like to leave the people with? First say something about the Black Mastermind Group, or the National Black Mastermind Group, a group that is not just a bunch of thinkers, but a bunch of trainers, a bunch of teachers. Because if you don't have the knowledge, I talk about this all the time. First you got to dream, okay? Then you got to get the information, okay? Then you got to plan.
Yeah.
But most important, you got to execute.
Absolutely.
And if you cannot execute, nothing's going to happen. And one thing about the National Mastermind Group is that they are training people to understand not only about money, but understand the process.
Yes, we are the National Black Mastermind Group. I represent them as the Executive Master Trainer. And we are a group that educate, mentor, coach, and teach business principles by the dollars, by finances. And how you get access to finances is having the right structure, the right plan, the right people, and knowing that you have a team of supporters. And on tonight, I want to give a special shout out and thanks to Tanita, who is on the line with us, and Ebony Scott, both of the leaders in the Black Mastermind Group. On behalf of myself and the entire team, I want to say thank you to Dr. Kelly and Dr. Watson, who thought it not robbery to put some of us up as speakers for your platform. We're looking forward to the collaboration of both the Black Business Network and the National Black Mastermind Group in coming months.
Well, of course, I can't get out of here. I can't disappear without asking that question that I ask everybody. And, sometimes people take it as not being serious because I smile when I ask the question. But the reason that I ask people this question is because I say all the time, when you're in front of people, there is money on the table, and you can either close the door to that money or you can open the door and get some of that money off the table. And that's why I asked this question, and you'll understand the meaning of asking this question, because I wanted to set it up like that so people would understand when you don't open the door, you close the door.
Right.
And the question always is, how can people get in touch with you if they want you to speak? How can people get in touch with you if they want to know something about your company, not about my company? As I said earlier, this is my network. So, I can laugh and joke and turn flips, but you are able to get in contact with me because the Black Business Network, the Black Business Expo. Okay. I'm pushing that on you irregardless. So that's a serious question. It may not sound like a serious question, but that's the most important question when you're sitting in my seat.
Okay. Well, you can get in touch with me. I am Barbara H. Smith. Online, it's BH Smith at Speak, Coach, Train. I speak, I coach, I train. And I am at www.speakcoachtrain.com. You can also reach me by phone at 757-504-0806.
And of course, you got EK3 from the south side of Durham, North Carolina, saying to you all, we'll see you on the other side. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. 380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.